1 minute. Reminder to all commissioners, please enable your cameras and microphones. Thank you. We're at 1 meeting till meeting start, 1 meeting till meeting start. Once again, please enable your cameras and microphones to all commissioners, please. Thank you. You're live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the May meeting of the Durham Planning Commission. The members of the Durham Planning Commission have been appointed by the City Council and the County Board of Commissioners as an advisory board to the elected officials. You should know that the elected officials have the final vote on any issue before us tonight. Tonight's meeting is being held virtually using the Zoom virtual meeting platform. In this virtual meeting platform, public participants do not have the ability to talk or be seen on video by default. To maintain meeting decorum and a discernible record of the meeting, the chat function has been disabled. Speakers will be given the ability to speak at the appropriate time. If you have pre-registered, your name will be called for you to make your comments. And if you called in before the meeting started and staff was able to get your information, your name will also be called to speak at the appropriate time as normal. You may also call in during the meeting tonight by dialing 1-301-715-8592. If you call in during the meeting, you will need to wait until the public hearing you are interested in starts. After all of the pre-registered speakers have shared their comments, I will ask if there is anyone else wishing to speak. At that point, you will need to digitally raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. And when recognized, state your name and address and make your public comments. Finally, all motions are stated in the affirmative. So if a motion fails or ties, the recommendation is not favorable. Thank you, and can we have roll call?
Thank you. Chair Amendolia.
Here.
Baker.
Here.
Batista.
Here.
Busby.
Here.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Here.
Cutright.
Here.
There we go. Durkin.
Here.
Harrod. Not hearing Harrod. Lowe.
Here.
McIver. Morgan.
Here.
Cease.
Here.
Carmen Williams.
Here.
I thought I saw you there.
Yeah.
And Zuri Williams.
Here. Oh, here.
Thank you. We are, Harrod and McIver are not present at this time, so we're at 12 members.
Michael.
Oh, there we go. Harrod is here.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
13 members. I'll ask McIver one more time. Not here. Okay.
We'll see if he shows up late, and if not, we can return to an excused absence towards the end of the meeting.
Very good.
Next on our agenda is the approval of the minutes and consistency statements from our April 12th meeting. Does anyone have any comments or adjustments to the April Planning Commission minutes? And seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Harrod, seconded by Vice Chair Cameron. Is there any further discussion on the motion? And may we have the roll call vote?
Amendolia,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Batista,
Yes.
Busby,
Yes.
Cameron,
Yes.
Cutright,
Yes.
Durkin,
Yes.
Harrod,
Yes.
Lowe,
Yes.
MacGyver is not here. Morgan,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Carmen Williams,
Yes.
and Zuri Williams.
Yes.
It passes 13-0.
Thank you. Does staff or anyone else have any adjustments to the agenda?
There are no adjustments that I'm aware of.
Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to our public hearings for the night. We'll begin with case Z2000038 1110 Old Oxford. This was originally continued from our February 9th meeting, and we have been requested to refer this case back to staff, which will then restart the process, and it will allow for the applicant to go through more community engagement with the community. As a reminder, this is the commercial case that we saw recently in Bragtown. My proposed move forward would be to go ahead and close the public hearing from this continuance and then immediately vote to refer this back to staff. Does anybody object to that or want to discuss that process? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I would accept a motion to defer this case back to staff.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer case number 2200009, the 1110 Old Oxford Road case, to be referred back to the planning department.
Heard
Second.
Great. Moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Cutright. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Amendolia,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Batista,
Yes.
Busby,
Yes.
Cameron,
Yes.
Cutright,
Yes.
Durkin,
Yes.
Harrod,
Yes.
Lowe,
Okay.
and I see Commissioner MacGyver has joined us. So MacGyver. Yes. Morgan,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Carmen Williams,
Yes.
and Zuri Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. It passes unanimously 14-0.
Thank you. And it's to staff and the applicant for doing the work to get this one right. So next on our agenda is case Z20004 Triangle Veterinary Referral Clinic. We'll begin with the staff report. Just as a reminder to everyone in attendance and all the commissioners, we've seen this case recently, and it is returned to us because some of the notification processes weren't correctly followed. My understanding and based on the staff report is there have not been any updates apart from adding in the additional proffers that were provided during our public hearing when we saw this case before. So just wanted to flag that and keep that in mind as we discuss tonight.
Yes, thank you, Chair Amendolia. I will briefly go through the presentation again that was provided for you in February. As the chair mentioned, there was an error in the posting of signs, which required the public hearing to be held again with you, the Planning Commission. Again, Z20004 is Triangle Veterinary Referral Hospital. Can you all see the screen? Can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It at 608 Maureen Road. It is within the suburban tier, and in the city, it's just under 2 acres. The current zoning is CN and RS10, and the proposed zoning is commercial neighborhood with a development plan. The existing future land use map designation is low density residential, and the recommended change if the zoning is approved would be commercial. There are no applicable zoning overlays, and I don't know why it says none on the proposal, but it it is to expand the existing facility for veterinary clinic and office uses. There's the context map, and as you can see, the site is currently has CN zoning on it, and there are portions of the site that are currently RS10, and the rezoning is to rezone just the entire parcel to the CN with development plan. There's the site itself is currently developed, and it was developed use permit for that use. There are the existing conditions. You can see the existing structure and parking surrounding it. There is an access point onto Linden Terrace and an access point onto Maureen Road. And then there is landscaping to the south and west and along Linden Terrace and Maureen Road. Here highlights the proposed expansion areas and the buffering that would be maintained along with the existing. And there are commitments, there are limits on the allowed uses. There is a prohibition on outdoor animal containment, which is consistent with the approved future bike lane. There are some building and design commitments. And then they have added, per the February 7th hearing, they have added the prohibition on any new access points for construction traffic, that they will use the existing access points for that use if the rezoning is on the plan as provided for you in your agenda packet. Again, there was a neighborhood meeting held. I do not believe there were any new neighborhood meetings that were held since then or after the Planning Commission meeting, but I'll let the applicant update you on that. And except for the FLUM designation, it was determined consistent with the comprehensive plan. And as a reminder, on February 8th, the Planning Commission did recommend approval with a vote of 8-3. And I believe it was Commissioners Carmen Williams, Commissioner Cease, and Commissioners Busby who voted no. The applicant
Thanks, Mike. Quick question. Is Mike's audio only going out for me, or is?
No, it's the same. I think it's everybody.
Okay. Yeah, Mike, just so you know, your audio is cutting in a little bit in and out.
I did get a notice that my internet was unstable to go along with me in general. So I apologize, and I'll do the best that I can. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we're going to open the public hearing. We'll begin with the applicant presentation. the applicant. I'm going to give y'all 10 minutes to present, and then after that, we'll go to resident comment.
Thank you. Randy Herman, attorney for the applicant. Also, the applicant is here and our engineer is here as well if there are any questions for them. Again, this is a matter that's already come before you, so I don't want to take up too much time rehashing it, but to remind everybody, this is a veterinary facility that mostly does specialized in referral work. They take referrals from all over the triangle. Under the existing zoning, the commercial portion of the property, the portion that's zoned commercial, follows the old lot lines of an old lot that no longer exists. And so basically it has the effect of on the existing parcel, restricting where on that parcel commercial structures and commercial uses can be located, which is just created some kind of practical difficulties in making the best use of the site. So the proposal is to rezone the entire thing to neighborhood commercial, while also putting in place a plan such that there are we're adding additional restrictions to the use and more carefully planning out the use. So although the commercial portion would expand, it would also be more predictably used in the future. This is generally surrounded by residential lots, and so we're trying to work with those residential owners to minimize the impact on them from the existence of this facility. Let's see. I don't know if we want to talk about the details of the site plan. Again, we went over that in some pretty significant detail in February. I believe the membership of the commission is the same. But the basic plan is to expand the building to the west and also to expand the parking to the south. There's also a mobile MRI unit, which is proposed to be located behind the building. Even though it's a mobile unit, it'll be there on a more or less a permanent basis. It just, as we talked about in February, it's easier to take a mobile unit and put it behind the building than to actually install an MRI unit inside the building, which is why it's also done that way in many hospitals. And so that would be located in the rear so that it wouldn't be visible, but it would expand the ability of the facility to handle the kind of specialized treatment and care that they do. If any members of the Planning Commission has any questions, we're happy to answer them. But otherwise, as Mr. Stock said, the only change on the plan from last time is the additional condition that we agreed to orally in the previous Planning Commission meeting, which has now been put in writing. And since we're back, we figured we might as well just go ahead and put that in the written plan that was presented to the Commission.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to resident comments. As a reminder, everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. We have one person who signed up in advance to speak as an opponent. That is Cecilia Eichenberger. Cecilia, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address and make your comments.
Am I the only one speaking?
You were the only one who registered in advance, Cecilia, and you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments.
I don't really have anything new to say. I'm just concerned that this rezoning doesn't open up a whole new mess. As long as they stick with the buffer zones and they keep to the plan that they say, I'm fine with that. We did have, where is Janet, for heaven's sake? Janet Mittman. We did have some question for sure about this new building. Is it 6,000 square feet, the whole thing in 2 floors, 2 stories? Or was that the actual footprint? We did have questions about that, and I don't know why we couldn't find it in a previous session. So that was a concern that I heard come up. Otherwise, I was okay with things, you know, except for the concerns that other people have said that if everything is stayed with the plan, we're okay with it. I'm not going to enjoy the construction, I'll tell you that. It's going to be really loud, and I'm not going to enjoy that. But otherwise, we're okay. That's all.
Thank you, Cecilia. So that's everyone who signed up in advance to speak. I see 2 people have already raised their hand to speak as well. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand. And if you are on the phone, you do that by pressing *9. But we'll move to Melissa M. Melissa, please state your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes. We can hear you, but it's like very, you're breaking up, so it was hard to hear.
Okay, I am probably going to speak, but not for this one, so I don't know how it got messed up. I'm Massey Chapel. Okay,
great. Yeah, we'll get to that one a little bit later tonight. That's the 5th item on our agenda. Okay, up next we have Anthony Benson. Anthony, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address and make your comments.
Okay, I'm Anthony Benson. I live on 3912 Inwood Drive, which is the next road down parallel to Linden Terrace. And it's basically at the bottom of the hill. And we've had some severe flooding on occasion, at least 4 occasions. My next door neighbor's basement has been completely flooded, and we've had water coming up to the side of the house in the 30 years that I've been here. And I'm very concerned about the additional paving of the parking lots and the additional non-absorption area of having larger buildings at the top of the hill there. And I've wondered if the city engineers have been involved or consulted about the runoff problem, because we had some meetings previous years about the additional runoff areas that have been created by the new highway and other things that have all coming down to a drainage ditch behind my house. That's my real concern, and maybe it can be ameliorated with porous material in the parking area or something like that.
Thank you, Anthony. Is there anyone else in attendance who would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, seeing none. Randy, just so you know, you had about 6 minutes left of your time in case you want any further comment.
Yeah, I'm going to call on Tony Whitaker. He should be on the call if he has anything he wants to respond to about the water runoff, and also if he can answer the question about the square footage in the new building.
Yes, I'm here. My name is Tony Whitaker with Civil Consultants, the engineer for the project. We have consulted with city engineering folks in the Public Works Department for stormwater management purposes. We've had those preliminary conversations, and we well understand the city regulations for stormwater management. So we've shown on the development plan 2 locations for stormwater management devices that would help to mitigate the additional impervious surfaces, mitigate the runoff from those surfaces. So we do believe that we'll be able to satisfy city regulations at a minimum and then some with for both small storms and larger storms. So we feel confident about that and don't feel that we'll be making that situation, any downstream situation, any worse at all. Regarding the question that Cecilia had about the building, the 6,000 square feet would be the total upper limit of all floor area within that two-story building. So there is not the footprint available for 6,000 square feet on one level. So that 6,000 number would be distributed across 2 floor levels.
Thank you both. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions or comments on this case? Seeing none, I would accept a motion. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. I just want to clarify for anyone who may be in attendance this evening versus having missed the last meeting, why I voted no last time and why I'll vote no this time. There's nothing to do, no major concerns with anything that we typically are addressing in cases that come before us in the terms of uses, although we did hear both tonight some concerns with regards to flooding. We heard last time concerns with regards to both construction traffic and regular traffic. I'll just point out briefly the attachment L of the planning staff report addresses the criteria for future land use map change recommendations. And it speaks there correctly to kind of some consistency and intent between the comprehensive plan, the proposed FLUM amendment, and associated zoning changes appropriate for the suburban tier. Those aren't my concerns. My concerns are the kind of detailed description that we heard of the existing use and the fact that that existing use is proposed to be expanded and that this is CN zoning. And so my problem with this rezoning application, my concern, my opposition to this rezoning application is grounded in the intent statement as established in the UDO. So 4.3.2, commercial neighborhood, which is what we're considering. First sentence, the CN district is established to provide for modest scale commercial centers in close proximity to residential areas that offer limited commercial uses to satisfy the needs of the surrounding neighborhood. And what we heard is a description of an operation that is not that. It's much more than that, has a much bigger draw. And so I just wanted to clarify that's why I'm voting against this rezoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cease. Any other questions or comments? And if not, would accept a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we move case Z2000038, the Triangle Veterinary Referral Hospital case, to the City Council for approval.
Second.
Okay, I've heard a move by Commissioner Morgan and a second by Commissioner Baker. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Thank you. Amendolia.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Batista.
Yes.
Busby.
No.
Cameron.
No.
Cutright.
Yes.
Durkin.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Harrod.
Yes.
Lowe.
Yes.
MacGyver.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Cease.
No.
Carmen Williams.
No.
Zuri Williams.
Yes.
It passes 10-4.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you to the applicant.
And Chair, if it is okay, Commissioners, you're more than welcome to send in new comments, but we will take the comments that you've already submitted from that past hearing and include them as your comments. But if you have additional ones, you still have that same.
Awesome. And I would also, just to reiterate Commissioner Cease's point, I would encourage anyone who attended tonight that missed our last public hearing on this. All of our public hearings are on YouTube. You can go back and look at the discussion we had. And it was a pretty robust discussion the first time we saw this. And we'll also probably provide some nuance to some of the yes votes on this case, because I know there were many of us who, I'll speak for myself for a moment. I know myself voted yes on this case, despite the use being not exactly what I would ideally want in this case, because that did not feel appropriate given the fact that it's already a veterinary hospital. So just encourage folks to go watch that back, because there was some good discussion there. With that, we'll move on to our next case, case Z2000038 Courtyards at Farrington. We'll begin with the staff report.
Chair Amendolia and Planning Commissioners, it will be presented by Andy Lester. He is new to, well, he's not new to the Planning Department. He was with the Planning Department a few years back in Development Review, and is a recent hire to the land use group. This is his first case in presentation, so just wanted to introduce him. We're excited to have him. He's an excellent member of our staff, and I will stop talking now and let him proceed.
And welcome, Andy. Great to have you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commission. Let me share my screen real quick and we'll get started. All right. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you, Commission. I'm here tonight to present the rezoning case Z2000038 Courtyards at Farrington. The following information summarizes the application. The proposed site consists of 4 parcels totaling approximately 21 acres and would include 67 single-family residential units with a clubhouse. The specific addresses are 5109, 5117, 5251, and 5271 Farrington Road. In addition to the rezoning, this would require a development tier change. You can see currently it is suburban and B Village compact neighborhood. They're proposing a suburban tier. There is a pending annexation with this as well. The existing zoning is RS20, and they are planning a planned development residential zoning district with a density of 3.785. And in addition, this would require an existing flume change to low density residential. The overlays of the site include the Falls of the Neuse and then I-40 major transportation corridor. So as you can see, the existing zoning of the site is already RS20. The site is surrounded by RS20, residential suburban multifamily, PDR, and rural residential. The existing future land use destination is office to the north, low density residential in the middle of the development site, and to the south, it is a design district. If approved, the proposed future land use destination for the entire development would be changed to low density residential to accommodate the proposed rezoning. In addition to the flume change, the development site is split by 2 development tiers, the suburban tier to the north and the design district on the south side of the site. To accommodate the single family development, the design district will need to be changed to the suburban tier. This aerial map shows the general location of the project. To the east is I-40 and to the west is Farrington Road. And I do want to bring the commission's attention that is omitted from the staff report. This site is actually listed in the Durham Historic Inventory. This is actually, the site is the Walter Curtis Hudson Farm, and the applicant will provide an update with their conversation with the SHPO in regards to that aspect of it. The applicant has included graphic and text commitments, including additional right-of-way for a bicycle lane, architectural variety of single-family detached homes. However, the commitments do not address the Walter Curtis Hudson Farm dwelling as listed in the Durham County Historic Architecture Inventory, varied housing and affordability. There's an intermittent stream on the site with a 100-foot stream buffer and a 10-foot no-build setback. There's a 20-foot egress easement and a 30-foot Duke Energy easement that runs along the northern property boundary. In addition, the site features the Walter Curtis Hudson Farm. The proposed conditions, the applicant has proposed the majority of the tree preservation area on the southeastern portion of the development. 4 access points, 1 on the western boundary of Farrington Road, 1 on the northern boundary, and 2 on the southern. Additional asphalt for a bicycle lane on the western edge of the property, and the parking and building envelope, as you can see. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on September 9th, 2020. 36 community members were in attendance. Since then, 3 inquiries were received about tonight's hearing. 1 social pinpoint comment were received by staff in relation to the case, and that is in the staff report. Except for the 3 CGO objectives, the future land use designation and tier designation, staff determines that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted ordinances and policies. If the request is approved, the flume designation shall be amended to maintain consistency. And staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. We'll begin with the applicant presentation. I see Neil Ghosh is here for the applicant. Neil, let me know who all is on your team and you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I believe Jason Coffey and James Whitaker are also on from our team. And good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Cameron, and members of the Planning Commission. I am Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street in Durham. I'm representing the applicant for this rezoning, which is EPCON. As I mentioned earlier, Jason Coffey from EPCON Communities is on the line with me tonight, as well as Mr. James Whitaker with Advanced Civil Design. I want to thank Mr. Lester for his presentation. I know this is your first one. So first of all, I feel honored, and second of all, great job. That having been said, I know Mr. Lester is new to this case, which was submitted back in September of 2020. So I thought it might be useful to give some history on this one. We had an initial neighborhood meeting for this project in August of 2020 to discuss kind of 2 paths for the development of this property. We wanted to understand which path the neighbors felt was more appropriate for this property. As mentioned in the staff report, part of the property is within the Lee Village Compact Neighborhood tier, and the rest of it is within the suburban tier. A PDR zoning district is not allowed within a compact neighborhood tier. So before we move forward with the project, we wanted to hear from the folks who live there what they would like to see, you know? So that's what our first neighborhood meeting was about. And in large part, we found that there was overwhelming support for a suburban style of development rather than the compact style of residential development. This feedback directly shaped our application for this project, and it's why we are applying for a tier change for a portion of the property to go from compact neighborhood tier to suburban. One important aspect to understand about this property is that the compact neighborhood tier in this location does not follow the existing property line. It does not follow any existing easement, natural feature, or other physical feature of the property. This is unusual, though it is not unheard of. But from a practical standpoint, having this property in 2 tiers makes it extremely challenging to develop comprehensively because of the differing UDO standards applicable in each tier. Put another way, I think anyone looking to develop property probably would apply for a tier change. And we felt our decision to apply for the suburban tier was the right decision in this case, based on the feedback we got from the neighbors. In line with that feedback, we are proposing a suburban style development on about 22 acres. We've committed to a maximum of 67 homes, which puts us at a PDR 3.785. The floor plans being offered in this project all are single-story living with an option to have some finished space on a second floor. We don't know how many people will pursue that option, so the development plan provides the flexibility to do either type on each lot as the market dictates. This project also commits to a maximum impervious of 50% rather than 70%, which is typical in this region and typical of suburban development in Durham. And out of 4.82 acres of required tree coverage, we're committing to 3.14 acres of tree preservation, and the rest will be planted back. And I think that's significant because a large portion of this site already is devoid of trees. Certainly the project will require the removal of some trees, but we actually will be saving a fair amount of the existing tree coverage on the site, simply because there aren't necessarily that many trees. Finally, I wanted to touch on a couple of items from the staff report and the presentation. With respect to the Civil War trails, until the staff report was released, our team was under the impression that the sign within the right-of-way related to the Civil War trails was city or government signage. We assumed the sign would continue to be within the right-of-way along the frontage of the property. The staff report correctly notes that our development plan does not address the Civil War trail sign. And we already ran this by staff. We're happy to add a commitment that the Civil War trail sign would be preserved and must be displayed, so that it's visible from the Farrington Road right-of-way. We're happy to do that. We had assumed that that was, kind of the requirement anyway. Staff also mentioned the Curtis House in its presentation. And again, staff correctly noted that our development plan does not address the Curtis House. The historic component of this property falls under the purview of the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO. Our team actively is working with SHPO to reach an agreement on how the heritage of this property will be honored. Originally, we proposed using some of the materials of the existing structure within the amenity feature and creating a photographic exhibit regarding the property within the amenity. To our surprise, SHPO was not interested in this approach. And I understand primarily that's because the structure has been altered several times. So the structure is not really indicative of any particular time period. In other words, the structure is a bit of a mutt, so to speak. We still have not reached an agreement, but SHPO seems to be leaning towards the developer being involved in the Lee Farm Park across I-40 from the site. We're not sure whether that will be in the form of a monetary donation, donation of artifacts, or something else, but we still are working through that. And I wanted to let you all know where we stand on this because we will be required to reach an agreement with SHPO on this before we are able to receive our federal permits for construction. So while our development plan does not address the topic, this is something that will be addressed through an agreement with SHPO. All right, I think that's, thank you for your time and we look forward to your questions and comments. We're available to answer any questions you may have. And I think there are a few people who were signed up, if I recall.
Thank you, Neil. So we had 27 people who signed up, who registered for this meeting. None of those people indicated they would like to speak. All of those individuals either indicated they were not speaking or they were undecided. So for the record, I'm going to just indicate that of the people that registered who were not on the applicant team, 12 indicated they were proponents, 1 indicated they were an opponent, and 14 did not say. Since no one said they would definitely like to speak, we're going to just do this by folks raising their hand. So if there are any residents in attendance who would like to speak on this item tonight, please virtually raise your hand at this time. Reminder, if you're on the phone, you do so by pressing *9. We'll wait a moment for folks to get their hand raised. Okay, I see one person has their hand raised. Ingrid McIntosh. Ingrid, you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please state your name and address and then make your statement.
Hello, I'm Ingrid McIntosh. I live at 5207 Niagara Drive, and that's across the street from the proposed development. And I just want to state my very solid support for this community to be developed. It'll be nothing but a plus for us as far as our property values, and so much better than anything else that we have heard is being considered. So please let EPCON continue to develop the wonderful communities that they do in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this case? Okay, I'm seeing no hands raised. Neil, you had about 3 minutes and 50 seconds left of your time. Do you want any further comment or rebuttal?
I'll just say thank you to Ms. McIntosh, was it? And we agree. But yeah, happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to my fellow commissioners who would like to start with questions and comments. Commissioner Carmen Williams.
Thank you, Chair Amendolia. I just wanted to express my support for this development. So my support doesn't come often. So when it does, I'd like to be very vocal about it. I like this development. I like how it's presented. I definitely enjoy the fact that they are single family homes. I'm not sure if they will be aging in place compatible, but if they are, that would create some livability in this area. It's a heavily traveled area. However, the ability, if at all possible, to create wider hallways, which even if you're not aging in place, that's always beneficial. It's nothing worse than trying to get a couch down a narrow hallway and into a door frame. But outside of that, I like this project. I like the tree preservation. I like the considerations that are coming into this area. And I think it's high time that we have some properties where we're not spending $650,000 on a house that's attached to someone else's. So I definitely appreciate this development, and I plan to vote for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Carmen Williams. Other comments and questions? Commissioner Durkin. Commissioner, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry, double mute. I have a question for staff. My understanding was that we were trying not to, or were actively not permitting age-restricted development. Is that right, or am I mistaken?
That is correct. We're not seeking commitments for age-restricted development, but it would be allowed by the applicant if the zoning was approved and they chose for age restriction.
Okay, because there were some conflicting things in the staff report about it not being age restricted, but then in the Exhibit C of this neighborhood meeting attachment, the answer is that the community is intended to be age targeted. So I imagine that age target is 55 plus.
I would imagine so, yes. But in the past, what has happened is that there were commitments that made it a zoning commitment to make it age targeted or age restricted, and we, as a policy, are not promoting those kind of commitments.
Can you give us the policy behind that? I'm just curious.
The community goals and objectives in terms of varied welcoming neighborhoods, varied households, the neighborhood and housing goal, and the objectives under those.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And I think that at least one of the neighborhoods across the street from this proposal is an age-restricted neighborhood. So it seems like there's a concentration maybe of these neighborhoods, and that makes me want to not vote in favor of this. I'm just concerned about the concentration in that area. It's very homogeneous style of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Durkin. Commissioner Busby.
Thanks, Chairman Dolia. I just had a question for the applicant, or a couple questions. So mostly just to start, on page 6 of the staff report, there's a sentence that struck me, and I agree with it, so I'd like to hear your thoughts. It says, this development does not have a significant number of text, design, and graphic commitments. And so, for example, affordable housing, there's no commitment to even providing funding to Durham's Affordable Housing Fund. There's no, additional stormwater commitments. There could be an opportunity for extended sidewalks potentially. So wanted to hear your perspective on the limited number of proffers that we've seen here. And for context, I recall further down this road, we had a case in the fall that had a significant number of commitments that were offered. And I know I voted for it, but a lot of those commitments, including affordable housing, were a big reason that I was willing to support the project. So question for Mr. Ghosh or the applicant team.
Sure, and thank you, Commissioner Busby. First, I did want to mention that this project is specifically not age restricted. And kind of to your question, Commissioner Busby, some of the commitments here are related to how the houses will be built, which deal with having first floor living, no steps up to the front door. And those are age targeted features, which we do find and EPCON has found to be pretty critical for an older population. However, specifically, this community would not be age restricted. It is just that the homes are designed so that they are, I guess, more inviting to folks with mobility issues by preventing or prohibiting or not having stairs up to the front door, and primarily having all the living on the first floor. And again, with that option to finish the second floor. The limited number of commitments on this, I mean, as I mentioned, this case was filed long ago, and there were a number of issues that came up through the multiple review processes and through the multiple reviewers from planning that we've had, including specifically some of the environmental concerns and getting that cleared up. This project does not impact those, any floodplain floodway. There is technically a stream crossing on the site, and that is indicated on the staff report. However, I would like to note that stream crossing is one which actually can't physically be avoided because of the connectivity requirements. In Durham, we have to provide a point of connection in all 4 cardinal directions. And on the south side of the property, there isn't enough room to provide that stub without crossing the stream. Now, the portion that we're crossing is like very small. And we have been in touch with the Army Corps on this. It's technically a stream because of its depth, but is not one that provides any real flow that's important to like ecological concerns. The streams on like up against I-40, we're not impacting those. Those are the ones that are more important. So, I would agree that there are not a ton of commitments, but I think that speaks to the simplicity of the project. This project is only a maximum of 67 homes. And I hear your concern about affordability and how there is no specific proffer here for even a monetary donation. And that is something that our team is considering and will continue to consider as we work through the process. On a project of this size, I do think it is doubtful that a project of 67 homes will be able to underwrite the inclusion of affordable units on this property. So I do think we're leaning towards a monetary donation, and that is something that we are mulling over and we'll consider. And, as we get into conversations with elected officials, try to better understand what the recommendation is there.
Great. Well, thanks for the background. I mean, it's helpful to hear that this case started a while ago. I will note that two proffers that I think have been quite common at the Planning Commission probably since your case was filed. The first is we often do have applicants being able to offer a 100-year stormwater feature commitment on site. And so I wanted to ask, is that something you'd be willing to consider this evening to add as a proffer?
So I'm not in a position to answer that. And I think Mr. James Whitaker might be able to speak to that. But I mean, it's certainly something we can consider. I just don't know how that impacts this project. And I'm not sure if my client is aware of that either, or if that's been studied. So I would say, I don't think we can commit to that tonight, but it's something we could consider.
Okay. Well, and I think often applicants have been able to think about it, and before we even vote on this case can come back and say if that's something that is an opportunity. So if you want to consider it while we deliberate and come back, that would be appreciated. The second is I strongly hope you will consider offering funding to the Durham Affordable Housing Fund. I understand what you're saying about not being able to put affordable housing units on this site, but that is something that is quite common and I think is really important in terms of supporting one of our biggest priorities as a community. Often applicants are making that proffer here at the Planning Commission. And again, I hope that's something you will not only strongly consider, potentially consider offering this evening before we vote on the case. But again, I'll give you a moment to think about that. And I appreciate your time and your attention and consideration of those opportunities. So that's it for me, Chair Amendolia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Busby. Commissioner Cutright.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'll just to add or to piggyback on the affordable housing aspect. I think one thing that could be considered that I've heard recently is developers providing a lot or two or three to Habitat for Humanity and actually partnering with them on potentially building homes, in the neighborhood. I think that's maybe a consideration that you can put out there as well as you're considering how you can help the Durham community with its need for housing. So I'll just throw that out there as a consideration. And I've seen developers go as far as actually building the houses for Habitat, which they can do much cheaper, for a simple developer fee. So just a consideration there, something to think about and consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutright. I see Commissioner Carmen Williams has their hand raised. Before we come back to Commissioner Williams, I want to make sure anyone else who hasn't gotten the chance to speak yet and ask questions has that chance. Commissioner Harrod.
Thank you, Chair. I do think this project has a lot going for it. I particularly like the maximum percentage of impervious area. That's good to hear. And the bike lanes and so forth. I think as far as sense of place, we're maybe missing the boat. I don't live close to this, but I've been up and down Farrington Road and been in the Patterson Mill store. It's a very cool place. A lot of history there, just like there is on the other side of I-40 where they have Lee Farm. So it seems to be like hopefully we could think outside the box and maybe with the community building preserve some of that historical flavor. that's something I'd like to see a commitment to, possibly. And then, you know, a lot of Civil War is not as popular as it used to be, but it's still a historical importance in our country. So we talked about off-road trails in this report somewhere. So potentially we could combine off-road trails with Civil War trails on site. I don't know. That's just some ideas that I think would make the project more unique, because I don't know, you just ride down the road and all the projects look alike sometimes. So it'd be nice to add some unique features. Also, the PDR, part of the emphasis for that is having varied housing units. And I know with 66 units, it's hard to do, but maybe we could think about that. The developer could think about that a little more as well. And then, I don't know, this is kind of frustrating to all of us, I think. It says something about, the report says something about the intersection of 54 and Farrington Road is less than a mile south of here. And, you know, there's some bus routes there, potentially rapid transit station in the far future. I don't know, seemed like it'd be nice if we could have some sidewalks that potentially somebody else could add on to down the road. Just a wish list. So that's all I have to say. But I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrod. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. Hearing Commissioner Harrod reference the old store there, I have to also admit an appreciation of the history and the experience of visiting there many years ago, probably 30 plus years ago, and also in the time since. And this is both an interesting and a challenging piece of land from a development perspective, just because of the proximity to 40 and because of the uncertainty that lingered over both the light rail project at the time and the uncertainty, quite frankly, that lingered over just the tier boundaries around those areas, contemplating them for future transformation. And I hearing, just hearing the presentation tonight and also kind of knowing the context of what's out there, I guess one thing that I wanted to comment on beyond the kind of nod to history is building on Commissioner Harrod's comments that, I don't think it's just the housing or the house that's there alone that's of value in terms of the cultural significance of this place. And I would encourage the development team very strongly, and this is kind of an outcome of us being accustomed to having development plans that don't show any details about what happens inside the boundary, which is problematic in nearly every case. They're not really development plans, they're non-development plans. They show us where you can't do development, and then they don't tell anyone anything about what actually is to happen in a spatial sense on the site. But this site, the configuration and collection of the agricultural buildings that are there is worth really strong consideration to preserving and incorporating in some way in the green space that's being preserved. And from a planning perspective, I know that's possible. It's math, and it's not dollars, it's acreage. And this is a really low density project, quite frankly, under 4 per acre. It's a low density project, which in some ways makes sense given the buffer to I-40, the proposed impervious service limitations, the existing stream buffer. So that makes sense, but I would just encourage the applicant team to really give great care in how they treat the collection of agricultural buildings there. That forms the, that forms part of the story of what made that such a special place for so many visitors through the years. And I appreciate the care with which Mr. Booker and his family has provided for that land through all these years. And so that's one point. Second point I'll make, well, 2 points, is just I reiterate Commissioner Busby's and Commissioner Cutright's comments regarding affordable housing. Regardless of how many housing units there are, there would seem to be a capacity to contribute something in monetary terms or other terms to help Durham address the housing challenges that we're facing there. And there are a lot of options there, and it would really make for a much more desirable application to have something included. But I wanted to point, the third point, and then I'll finish, is Neil referenced the stream crossing, the one stream crossing that's included on the development plan in order to provide access to, I think it's site access point 4, one of those access points to the south. And I just want to highlight the importance of both of those access points to the south, given that to the southern end of this property is the is where the tier boundary is proposed to be reduced, but it still is it still is to be maintained to the south and the Lee Village compact neighborhood tier. And those points of connection in the future are going to be really critical in a lot of ways, both conceptually and practically, in, for instance, keeping extra trips off Farrington Road as the parcels to the south develop out. So I don't want those, well, let me just say that I don't want concerns about the environmental implications of impacting that stream buffer to some way eliminate the site access points that are identified on the development plan. Those need to stay in place, I think, through the consideration of this project. So with those comments, I do support the project, but I just wanted to make all those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cease. There are other commissioners who would like to ask questions, make comments before I return to Commissioner Carmen Williams. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to make a quick statement as well, because maybe Commissioner Carmen Williams, you can also help answer some of the questions I have on this case. I'm going to admit that as someone who's relatively new to Durham, I'm not as aware of the cultural significance of this site as it is evident other planning commissioners are. And so I've only had my experience of driving past this area and noticing that it definitely sticks out from what's around it. So I would just welcome more context from other folks to speak to that and help me kind of round out my understanding of this site. And just to add to the conversation, without that understanding, I am looking at the current and future zoning to make a decision. And I, at this moment, am concerned about this proposal because it is in what is supposed to end up being a mixed residential site immediately adjacent to a transit opportunity area. And so what I see is a really big opportunity to set ourselves up for success in the future when this interchange at 40 and Farrington and 54 becomes a more mixed use, walkable area that has dense housing types nearby. And so I am currently opposed to this case, but I will welcome any other comments, and I'm curious to hear folks' thoughts on that. Commissioner Carmen Williams.
Thank you, Chair Amendolia. I can't speak to anything as far as the Civil War is concerned in this area at all. I can't help you with that. Maybe someone else can. I guess I'm a little floored because we are pushing very heavily for affordable housing in this area where it's needed just about everywhere in Durham, and a large portion of this panel push for market rate housing in a soon to be former projects area that didn't necessarily need it. So I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for my fellow planning commissioners, because I think that we have to address affordable housing in a more uniform stature across the board. Regardless of where developments are going, it's a need across Durham. And I think that sometimes we may send messages to people that are confusing about whether or not we want affordable housing or we need affordable housing if there's an if-then statement. I'm for this project because it addresses a need which everyone on this call is going to have at some point in time, unless they're unfortunate, and that's the ability to age in your home. And with prices going in the way that they're going everywhere, developments like this are necessary. And it's rare that we find places that are willing to offer multiple access points that help traffic. It's rare that we find a developer that will come in and actually consider tree preservation above what's there, with the plan to actually plant more trees, which helps sidewalks. And I understand that this could be a hub going forward. We don't know how far in the future, because first they're gonna have to widen 54 before it can become a major transportation hub. That's gonna take some time. And there has to be more development in this area commercially for there to be a need for walkability to help out with transportation. Because of right now, I don't know where they're walking on Farrington Road and 54 unless they're walking to eat, and then they're gonna burn off what they just ate by the time they get back home. So I appreciate everyone's efforts. I don't see in this particular case the need to force the hand for affordable housing contributions or affordable housing mandates within this project. Of course, we need it everywhere. It just seems a little bit more forceful with this, where we were a little bit more lax in other projects. And again, I just want to show my support for the developer because I like this project, and that's extremely rare. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carmen Williams. Commissioner Cutright.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment on Commissioner Williams' comments specifically around affordable housing. I think that stating that this is the request for affordable housing on this particular project is forceful or heavy-handed is maybe a bit blown out of proportion. I think it's been mentioned. I don't think anyone's voted against it or may vote against it because of the lack of affordable housing. It's something that should at least be thought about or mentioned in almost every project. That's my thought. And I think some other commissioners may agree with that there's opportunity and room for affordable housing on every project. We fully recognize that not every developer is going to do it. Some projects are thin, and I get that, and it may not be possible, right? They may not be able to make the numbers work for a variety of reasons, but it should be mentioned and discussed and asked for, and whether or not it can actually be proffered is a whole nother ballgame. But I think this was a light ask, and I don't think a lot of pressure has been put on the request for affordable housing in this particular development. That being said, I do think that adults that age in place do have restricted incomes, and affordable housing is important at that level as well. So I just think it should be thought about across the board. Again, it won't happen everywhere, but it should be at least brought up and asked about in almost every development that's coming through Durham.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutright. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you, and I appreciate Commissioner Cutright elaborating on his perspective there and kind of describing what I think a number of us were expressing with regards to affordable housing on this particular site. Commissioner Williams, I'd like to just, and Commissioner Amendolia, address one other point each of you raised, is that when I referenced the kind of cultural significance and agricultural significance of this site, I want to be clear, I wasn't aware of any Civil War trails. What I was referencing was the Patterson Mill store and the history of it as an exhibit space for pharmaceuticals, and the country doctor's office, turn of the century is what it's described as. And I say that was ingrained in my upbringing as the son of a pharmacist who was the third owner of a store that had been in existence for over 80 years. And so I grew up with pharmaceutical bottles and fixtures from the 1910s that made their way into my father's garage when he sold the store 20 years ago. And that as he has aged, his children, me being one of them, have faced the challenges of what to do with that stuff. And so there was a sense of affection that my father had with the collection that the applicant's family had maintained and made available for understanding healthcare and drugs and disease and the ways in which the provision of healthcare was provided 100 years ago, essentially. And so it's that aspect of the agrarian and nature in the form of the buildings and their situation on the landscape that I'm speaking to when I speak to the historical aspects of that site. And it is in part because I know of the care that the owners have provided to that place for so long that I have a bit of a trust. It may or may not be earned, but I care that they've, I trust that they've given great consideration into how to allow this property to change, given that the major infrastructure investment of the light rail is not occurring to the south in the near future. And so that I appreciate that need for this transforming into something else. As far as the aging in place, the completely unrelated point, and age targeted, it is an aspect of why I think those connections to the south are so important, because aging in place, when we talk about health in the built environment, there is a long body of research, literature, understanding that these types of single use, single family, detached subdivisions, not connected to any basic availability of goods and services or jobs or transit, are the places where the built environment is not conducive to activity. It's not conducive to the physical activity that's so essential in terms of aging in a healthy way. And so there is a bit of a conflict here in terms of age restricted, but it's utterly auto dependent. And that's problematic. But there's a precedent in terms of the subdivisions that are immediately across the street. It's a small site. And I think as long as the connections are made to the south to allow that to evolve in the future, and regardless of what infrastructure investments are made there, what form of transit, there is an intensity of use happening with projects both underway and contemplated at the 54 in Farrington and I-40 interchange. It's on the corridor that connects to one of the largest employment concentrations we have in UNC hospitals, UNC and downtown Chapel Hill. So, this is not a, this is a 20-acre project, and it's ripe for transformation at this point in time in this form. And I support it. Again, I do encourage the applicant to consider a contribution to affordable housing, and I'll leave it at that. So I hope that's helpful in terms of the historical aspect.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Commissioner Busby.
Thank you. Before we have a motion for a vote, which I'm expecting is probably coming quite soon, I just wanted to circle back to the applicant team just to check in Thanks to our deliberations, you've had some time to think about other additional proffers you'd like to make this evening while we're before we vote on this.
Commissioner Busby, I just wanted to note that planning staff member Andy Lester has his hand up. I'm happy to address this, but I know if we wanted to hear from Mr. Lester first.
I'll leave that to the chair.
Yeah, no, why don't you respond to Commissioner Busby's question first, and then we'll go to Andy.
Sure. So on the stormwater measure, which was something that you discussed earlier, I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Whitaker to give a response there. James Whitaker.
Yeah, hello, Commission members. This is James Whitaker, Advanced Civil Design, 51 Kilmaine Drive, Cary, North Carolina. Regarding the stormwater, we would be happy to put a restriction on there that we would control the 100-year peak post-developed runoff rate to what the existing 100-year peak developed runoff rate is.
That's great, thank you. And I definitely appreciate that. I think anytime we can offer that on a site, it's helping not only the development, but it's helping everyone in the surrounding area, especially if we see continued development up and down the corridor. So that's really appreciated. And then Mr. Ghosh, any thoughts on the affordable housing? I know we've talked about that a fair amount this evening.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. Let me first answer the question. I don't think we're in a position right now to make a commitment, although I will say that my client has indicated that it likely will make a monetary donation, a proffer for monetary donation. But what that amount will be, I don't think we can commit to tonight. But on the affordability component, I did want to just talk. We feel confident that the price point here is going to be well under the median price point for this zip code. Now, this zip code is one of the more expensive zip codes in Durham. So that plays into it, certainly, but we certainly think we're going to be under that. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh, and everyone on the applicant team. And just hearing that you're planning to likely do that when you go to City Council, I think, I certainly hope you will follow through on that. I'm sure Council will also ask as well. And that's it for my questions. Chairman Mandolia and fellow commissioners, I just wanted to share my perspective as well. I'm of a similar mind as Commissioner Cease. I think this makes sense now, given that the light rail is no longer moving forward, and we're going to move in a different direction in terms of our transportation plans, given what's already happened historically across the street and in this area. And given these additional commitments, or a commitment to consider a commitment, I think it's important that a part of town that's thriving is willing to support their neighbors in a variety of different ways. So I am planning to vote for this case when we get to a vote. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Busby. I did want to just state for the record, because Mr. Ghosh referenced the median price point of this zip code, that according to the staff report, that median price point is $610,000. And looking at Epcon Communities website, you can see that they have communities in Cary that begin at the 400 and 500,000 range. So just for folks listening in, that's the point of reference here. Andy, you had your hand raised a moment ago.
Thank you, Chair. Staff just has a couple of clarification questions for Neil. Neil talked about, I guess, the relationship with SHPO in terms of, I think, obtaining a permit. Could you clarify that, Neil? Provide more context for that?
Sure. In working with SHPO, so SHPO's authority ends with the federal government's oversight and regulation. So to the extent that we need a federal permit, which we do, SHPO can prevent, or I'm sorry, maybe it's a state permit, which we do. SHPO can prevent those permits from being issued until we reach an agreement with them on how this site would be treated for its historical components. I don't know, for lack of a better term.
Okay. And I just wanted to, I guess, confirm, I guess, the stormwater commitment and clarify the comment that you made about signage when you first started.
Yeah, sure. So on the stormwater, we would commit to treating the 100-year storm if I understood correctly, but I don't want to use the wrong term. So let me make sure with Mr. Whitaker that is the case. We're controlling that 100-year storm.
Yeah, we would control the 100-year post-developed rate to what the current pre-developed rate is. There'd be no increase in runoff from the 100-year storm.
There you go. And then on that sign, so I could not point on this development plan where that sign is today. So the commitment is essentially to preserve that sign, but we also want to make sure that it be displayed in a prominent location along the Farrington Road right-of-way in case it needs to move up or down that road based on how the site develops. I don't want to commit to preserving it specifically where it is today if something needs to happen in that location. That's why I was saying that. So essentially, we will have that sign visible from the right-of-way of Farrington Road.
Yeah, well, I think staff will need to try to finalize those commitments. I believe Mr. Stock may have a comment as well.
Yeah, we'll get those the exact wording for those. Neil, could you explain your commitments to first floor living and no steps to the entryways? I don't see on the development plan where those commitments are. And can you also, just for our edification, because we're still kind of scratching our heads, what state permit is requiring the SHPO approval? Thank you.
No, SHPO doesn't approve anything, right? So, but we have that stream crossing that's being proposed. Okay. That is a permit that is going to be held up by SHPO.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what I meant. Like, what permit is requiring being held up? Okay, by SHPO. Could you clarify the other commitments that you made earlier?
Yeah, on the first floor living, and I'm sorry if that is not already on the development plan. To be honest with you, I'm working with EPCON on several projects. So essentially the commitment is that there will not be stairs leading to the front entrance of the house, or at least to a ground floor entrance on the house. I know we have this language somewhere, and if it's not on this case, it might take me a minute to find it specifically. But it's something that you all have reviewed already in the context of another case, if not this one.
That's fine. We can work out the language with that. And for the first floor living, are you making the statement that there's going to be basically bedrooms will be on all first floors of all units? Because right now the commitment is just to single story and story and a half, which doesn't necessarily commit to first floor living.
First floor, yeah. So first floor living, meaning there will be bedrooms on the first floor.
Okay, and we can work out that specific language too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Are there other commissioners who have comments or questions at this time? So I first want to express my appreciation for the explanation of the cultural significance here with the agricultural uses is very helpful for me. I am still in opposition to this case. To me, this doesn't look a lot different than what we get in Southeast Durham, and I think arguably is closer to potential for more services and more connectivity in the future. And so I will be voting in opposition tonight. At this time, I would accept a motion and a reminder that the motion needs to include the stated proffers that were added during the public hearing.
Sure, Chair, I make a motion that we take case number Z2000038, the Courtyards of Farrington Road, with the associated noted proffers to be forwarded to the City Council for, recommended to City Council for approval.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Vice Chair Cameron. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yes, Mike.
Just one clarification. The motion will also include the proposed tier change from compact neighborhood tier to suburban.
Okay.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Cameron.
Is there some way we can get a summary of those proffers that were made after we vote as well for commenting?
We can provide that summary now before the vote, if that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Andy, please jump in if I missed something. But there is a commitment to treating the 100-year storm event. There is a commitment to a first floor living arrangement where there will be a bedroom on the first floor of every unit. There's a commitment to no steps to the ground level entrance to each unit. And there is a commitment to maintain the Civil War signage that's in the right of way if there is a need to move that. And that would probably happen if there was a need to move that signage for any roadway widening.
I think that's accurate, Mike.
Thank you.
Great. I believe we're ready for the roll call vote.
Amendolia.
No.
Baker.
No.
Batista.
Yes.
Busby.
Yes.
Cameron.
Yes.
Cutright.
Yes.
Durkin.
No.
Harrod.
Yes.
Lowe.
No.
No. McIver.
Yes.
Morgan.
No.
Cease.
Yes.
Carmen Williams.
Yes.
And Zuri Williams.
Yes.
Okay, it passes 9-5.
Thank you to staff. Thank you to the applicant and to all the residents who showed up.
Thank you very much.
With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. That is case Z2000044 Griffin Residential Tract. Before we have the staff report, I just want to note that we're about 30 minutes out from our first break to give our closed captioners a break during our meeting. And so this public hearing will get a little broken up by that break. But we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Michael Stock. Again, with the planning department. Before you tonight is case Z2000044 Griffin Residential Tract. It is located at 4903 Leesville Road and 2755 US Highway 70, located in suburban tier and is a city case pending annexation. The site is approximately 118 acres. The current zoning is rural residential and industrial, or RR&I, and the proposed zoning is planned development residential 3.753 or PDR 3.753. The current FLUM, future land use map designation is, oh, I'm sorry, I did not share screen. Hold on. I have that problem sometimes. Can you all see now?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize for that. There is no change in that the proposal would be consistent with the FLUM. The current zoning overlay is in the FJB watershed or Falls Jordan District B watershed, and the proposal is for 380 dwelling units with a mix of single family and townhouse. As you can see, The site is predominantly Zone I, the deep purple there, with a southern portion RR, and it is surrounded by PDR developments to the north west, and the recent proposed Parcel K, approved Parcel K PDR 5.949 development to the east is still RR, predominantly RR zoning, and there is commercial zoning along Highway 70. And as you can see, and it does not include this circle, which is a property that was subdivided out of the parcels and which maintains a cell tower structure. There is the aerial of the site, primarily wooded. There is a clearing obviously in the middle, and the cell tower is right there. The Parcel K development is immediately to the west and is primarily wooded to the north and east and south. The existing conditions, there is floodplain and streams along the northwest and southeast sides of the development and along portions within the interior. It's also, there are identified natural heritage areas and steep slopes that are primarily shown as remaining undisturbed. There are some areas of the identified steep slopes that would be disturbed, but not beyond the maximums allowed. And as you can see, as the proposed development plan, it does show the proposed alignment of the Northern Durham Parkway and also an alignment of the Collector Street consistent with the Wake Durham Collector Street plan. Does commit to a mix of single family and townhouse units. There are specific active open space commitments, limits on floodplain encroachment and enhanced stormwater controls, dedication and construction of Northern Parkway and the Collector Street rights of way, commitments to US 70 and Leesville Road improvements per the traffic impact analysis, dedication to Lick Creek Greenway and construction of connections to that, and there are additional building and design commitments. There was a neighborhood meeting held in 2020 where there were 7 community members in attendance, and social pinpoint comments are provided in attachment O. Except for the flume designation, actually the flume designation is consistent, but staff also determines that the housing and neighborhood goals and community goals and objectives are not compliant with this request. And we'll be happy to answer any questions. I believe the applicant is also here.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to open the public hearing. We'll begin with the applicant presentation. And you'll have 10 minutes to present. And I believe, Neil, you're on this one as well.
Yep, and good evening, everyone again. I still am Neil Ghosh at the Morningstar Law Group, 700 West Main Street. But this time I'm representing the CSC group. We have Steve George and Anthony Catalano from the CSC group with us tonight, I believe. And we also have Beth Blackman from the Timmons group and Caroline Bajarski with Brady Kemp available. And once again, I will thank staff, this time Michael Stock, for the report and presentation on this case. I think the big story here on this case is that a majority of the site is zoned I, which I think everyone can agree is not an appropriate zoning district for this. But we'll say we recognize that this is its own application. The reality is, though, that this project is not possible without K-Parcel. In that way, it is kind of the next phase of K-Parcel, which is a project by the same developer that was approved last year. I think it's important when you consider this project, the development plan commits to at least 2 different housing options, townhomes and single family, and the plan is weighted towards townhomes. It's about 380 homes on 117 acres, but when you look at this site in conjunction with K-Parcel, you really get the complete picture. K-Parcel encompasses about 140 acres. It provides for a maximum of 837 units. I will say it's not a project that I was involved in, so I'm just reiterating what I understand the zoning to encompass there. But you know, on K-Parcel, the mix of housing includes 2 different sizes of single family homes, 2 different sizes of townhomes, and 432 multifamily units. So across the 2 projects, you're getting around 1,200 new homes on 258 acres. And I think this developer is really looking at this from more of a long-term standpoint, and their approach, the development plan is reflective of that approach. The project commits to a number of key infrastructure improvements. For example, the plan commits to providing a large section of the Northern Durham Parkway, a portion of the Lick Creek Greenway, and a north-south collector road. Both Northern Durham Parkway and the collector road are shown on the city's adopted comprehensive transportation plan. And I will say the only stream crossings shown on the plan are the ones required to implement those roads. As this region of Durham develops over time, infrastructure like the Northern Durham Parkway and also the Greenway, Lick Creek Greenway, will become crucial components contributing positively towards the quality of life. The developer also recognizes the importance of strong stormwater controls and environmental considerations. The D plan here commits to providing stormwater measures for up to the 100-year storm event. The project also limits impacts to floodplain and floodway to only those required for the Northern Durham Parkway, public utilities like water and sewer, and greenway infrastructure. So no other impacts would be allowed. And those are ones that are essentially required per the comprehensive transportation plan and the greenway plan. And the project commits to 25.5% tree coverage instead of the minimum required 20% tree coverage. We recognize that one of the key concerns about development in this region is the lack of infrastructure investment. The project does not shy away from that. The D plan commits to several road improvements in addition to the crucial infrastructure identified in various of the city's adopted plans, Northern Durham Parkway, the collector road, the greenway. So yes, this is a big project, but it is projects like this which can afford to underwrite all the necessary infrastructure, which will support existing, approved, and future development in this area, in addition to what is being proposed here. So I think that's a really important consideration on this. The project also commits to having multiple amenity areas or open space areas, which I think is important for the quality of life, rather than having a centralized amenity that people on the outskirts of the community would have to essentially travel to a longer distance to. This has multiple, I believe it's 7 open space areas that are committed to, which I think is pretty important and unique and thoughtful for a project of this size. I think that covers most of the points here. We're available to answer your questions and receive your feedback. We look forward to that.
Thank you, Neil. So we'll now move to resident comments. We have, let's see, looks like we had 2 people that registered in advance, 1 person who registered to speak. Caroline Cheeves signed up as a proponent. Caroline.
Oh, hi, I'm Caroline Bojarski that Neil alluded to. This project has been going on so long that I got married in between. So if you have any questions traffic related, I'm available to speak on behalf of that, but that's all.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so then we have no one registered to speak on this case. If anyone would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand at this time. And if you're on the phone, press *9 to do so. Okay, seeing none, to be consistent, no, I'll offer you the remainder of your time, although I'm not sure that you need it.
I'm ready to receive your feedback and answer your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I will close the public hearing and open it up to commissioner question and comment. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for the applicant. You had indicated that you would actually build out the Northern Durham Parkway right-of-way that comes across the property itself. Yeah.
Right, that's, so we'll build out, yeah, that's correct. I believe we'll build out that whole portion if I remember correctly. Certainly we'll be dedicating the right-of-way for it across the site. And I believe the way the site sets up, we would be building it. Let me allow anyone from my team to correct me if that's incorrect, but I think you can go ahead with your line of questioning, David Morgan, and someone from our team might step in to correct me.
Okay. And I guess another question about Canard Road. Is there a connection to Canard Road and any kind of commitment to upgrading it from a dirt road to that? I saw pictures of, you know, access coming in from Doc Nichols Road. I just wasn't curious, was there any kind of commitment to Canard Road itself?
Our research indicates, so I think the map on GIS and in other locations seems to indicate that the Canard right-of-way touches this property. However, in our research and title work, we found that that is not the case. And so we are not able to connect to Canard, I think is the way I would describe it, because there isn't an existing right-of-way or easement to it. I know it looks like that on the map, but what we found, that was not the case. So we're not touching Canard Road, not connecting to it, not improving it.
Yeah, kind of, if I remember right, I drove all the way back there when we had another applicant for the property east of there. And it looks like there's like a house at the end of Canard Road that may be blocking your access.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I think that's true that there is a house at the end of there. I don't know if that's what's blocking the connection. I think if I remember correctly, we just didn't find the right-of-way actually touched our property, if I remember correctly.
If I could jump in, this is Steve George of the CSC Group. What Neil is describing is true, that yeah, Canard does not actually touch our property. It ends right before the Griffin property begins. So we do not have a connection point there.
Okay. Would there eventually be one? I guess if there is I guess it'd be dependent on the property north of your parcel.
Right, we are showing an access point to our northern property line that will not connect to Canard today, but in the future, if the property north of us were to develop, I would assume that it would connect to Canard and therefore would be required to extend Canard to the connection point or provide another connection to our northern access point, which we're showing on this plan.
Okay. I guess one of the thoughts that comes to my mind, it sounds like the only real connection is dependent upon the development of parcel K and some of the infrastructure that would be around there. The only way in and out of this particular area would be through the Northern Durham Parkway extension.
I would say that's correct, which is why I said, you know, this is really kind of the next phase of K parcel. This project is not possible without the development of K parcel.
Okay. And I guess my other thought would be is, you know, going to the south and east with the Northern Durham Parkway extension. I know we have another application that will pick up on the other side of Leesville Road, but we don't have any kind of plan of trying to align those right-of-ways. And have you had any discussion on where that road may go?
The Northern Durham Parkway?
Yes, going to the south.
Well, yes. I mean, in our understanding is the alignment that's going through our property is consistent with what's been adopted in the comprehensive transportation plan, which is why I mentioned earlier that the only stream crossings shown on this are ones which are required for the Northern Durham Parkway. And I think that might be it, but maybe also the collector road. No, I think it's just the Northern Durham Parkway. Those are the only stream crossings shown. And the reason they're shown and otherwise required is because that's the alignment that's been adopted on the comprehensive transportation plan. Now, where the Northern Durham Parkway goes off-site, I will say that's not something we necessarily have considered. But we were, you know, our intent here was to be consistent with what is shown on the comprehensive transportation plan.
So it just sounds like the only the entry and exit point is either through Brightleaf coming in from the north or through parcel K when that is completed.
I mean, yeah, I would say the access to the site is going to be through K parcel for the foreseeable future. Once K parcel develops.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my big concern again is this whole infrastructure in this area. And certainly we just have this is yet another one of those parcels that is coming before us where we have no real transportation plan that can connect. I don't fault the applicant so much as that we do need to have an overall plan. And I know we've had a Southeast Durham study, which has been in draft form, and we don't have any real transportation map of what's going on in the area. And I keep getting a lot of input from, the folks that live around me, because I live in that area, is just how is this going to work? How is this going to with the additional traffic, especially access and things like that. So I think that really kind of speaks to, are we ahead of ourselves trying to change the zoning here for a neighborhood where we don't have the infrastructure in place? So that's just my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Other commissioner questions and comments? And apologies, I do want to recognize Beth Blackman, who's a participant that raised their hand. I wanted to provide them an opportunity to add comment.
Good evening. I was just going to chime into what Neil said about Northern Durham Parkway. We are required to build it across our property. K parcel would be building the connection point to the existing, and then we would pick it up from there. Those are the only two stream crossings that we have on each side of our property lines. And in regards to the zoning and the infrastructure not being in place, it is generally an unfortunate reality that the infrastructure improvements a lot of times fall on the developers. And by using this property to build another piece of what you have, it does not complete it. It does not take it out to Leesville Road, unfortunately, but it at least gets you another step closer. And let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Batista.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my question is for the applicant related to runoff. This lot currently is undeveloped and it's a sizable lot. And it looks like all of the drainage that currently would leave that lot goes right to Lick Creek. And so I see that there's proposal for less than 80% pre-development runoff levels. How do you plan to do that? By converting to up to 70% impervious surface?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to guess that Beth Blackman on our team is going to be the best person to answer. Your question is more about the engineering side of that. How is it done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not going to pretend to know how to answer that question. And I'm not sure, Beth, if you're able to address Commissioner Batista's concern here.
Staff, can we get Beth?
Oh, I think I'm unmuting myself now. Thank you. Yes, Beth Blackman with Simmons Group again. So we will design stormwater control measures utilizing most likely wet ponds. The treatment, because we will have a lot of area that is undisturbed as well, without impervious areas, it allows us to work together between that and the proposed development to come up with a plan that works. I don't know that we have actually run numbers regarding the actual impervious that we need on site because of the amount of, floodplain, wetlands, and buffer areas that we do have. But to give ourselves flexibility as we're moving forward with it, the 70% impervious was allowed in the watershed with appropriate stormwater control measures. and the 80% reduction, going to the 80% level was a suggestion we worked through with the different folks in the stormwater group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Batista. Commissioner Cease.
Yes, a question, something that Neil alluded to or stated, and something that Beth, I believe, stated. My understanding from what each of you have said is that the applicant is proposing to construct the Northern Durham Parkway from the area up near, well, the text commitments refer to picking it up near Flat River Drive to the northwest, constructing that all the way across this site to the southeast to site access 3. Is that correct?
Right.
And where is that stated in the text commitment, or can we make sure that that's added as a text commitment?
Yeah, I mean, I think the text commitment refers to dedication, right?
Correct.
And then the requirement in the UDO is that we would have to build any portion of that which is required for access to our site. So I think the way that this site is laying out, all of it is necessary for access to the site. So I think, I'm not sure if staff would support the commitment you're suggesting, but
no, I'm not worried about staff supporting it. I'm wondering if you've stated it and you described the ability for a project of this size to help in contributing the infrastructure, and Ms. Blackman.
Oh yeah, no, I have no issue.
So
it's
not in the documents based on my interpretation. So I'd like that to be stated clearly if that's actually what you're offering.
What I was suggesting is I'm not sure staff's position on the enforceability of that. Generally, our text commitments have to be in excess of what the UDO requires. And I'm not sure that's in excess, but I mean, I think it's a true statement.
Staff?
I guess I would ask staff to weigh in on that. But in general, I think we're comfortable.
I think you could access your site. Here's why I'll just intervene and then Michael can chime in. Or I'll not intervene. I clarify why I'm raising the question. I believe it's quite possible for you to access much of your site without constructing a roadway across your site, and certainly without constructing it all the way to site access 3, but it is being represented to us as constructing it all the way to site access 3, and that's a really big difference, so that there aren't these residual pieces that are unconstructed or not constructed or left to the public dollar down the road when properties to the southeast are built. So I think there should be clarity around this. So Michael, is the nuance that Neil is suggesting, is that correct?
So let me just read what the current text commitment says. Number 1 under text commitments, prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, construct Northern Durham Parkway to NCDOT standards from the end of the existing roadway near Flat River Drive to the western property line at site access number 1. So I think it's talking about it in reverse from what you were, so that commitment's already there. And the UDO regulations are such that no more than 90 units could be constructed and CO'd if there is only one functional access point. So a second access point would be functional access point would be required, and that would most likely happen with the construction and connection to the collector street to the southwest through parcel K. So it is kind of parcel K dependent for construction and the infrastructure improvements. And Erlene is raising her hand and she may be correcting me or adding to something. So I'll stop talking.
So Erling Thomas, Transportation Department. I will just add to what Mike was saying. And to clarify your question, the text commitment can be revised and staff would support a text commitment of fully constructing the Northern Durham Parkway through the site to site access number 3. Your observation is correct that they could technically only build a portion of it, which would not necessarily be required to go to the eastern property line if they didn't need that portion of the road to serve their site. So if that is something that this commission desires, then that text commitment would need to be revised.
Thank you, Arlene, especially for clarifying that. I want to state that I think not only, I don't want to state it in terms of what this commission desires. I want to state it in terms of what we as a commission were presented with. And I think it should be added to maintain fidelity.
And we'll make that commitment. I mean, with that clarification from transportation, we'll make that commitment. That is certainly the intent.
Okay, thank you. I may have more questions, but that's it for now.
Commissioner Durkin, do you think your thing takes 2 minutes? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take her. Oh, you're on mute still. Commissioner Durkin, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, I won't talk for more than 2 minutes, but it might spur a conversation that requires more than 2 minutes. So if you want me to wait until after our break, that's fine.
Yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna go ahead and take a break for our closed captioners. We'll return at 7:40 p.m. We'll be returning in about 1 minute. I will wait for just a few more commissioners to return, and then Commissioner Durkin, you'll be recognized. Commissioner Durkin, if you want to go ahead and start, you may.
Sure. So the parcel K was referenced as this kind of going along with that parcel, but I believe that the commissioners that were on the commission for that case all voted against that one. So I don't know how fair or good of a reference that project is in support of this one. The other piece is that the big thing on parcel K was the lack of affordable housing, given the scale and of the acreage and the number of units. And there they were actually, if I'm remembering correctly, proffering something along the lines of 2% or something of actually proposing units, of offering units, not even just a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund. And here there's neither the proffer of actual affordable units nor a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund. And I'm not in support of this project for the reasons that were discussed at length on parcel K. We can go through them here, but it's really just the infrastructure impacts and lack of infrastructure, but it's also affordable housing and the amount of development that's happening in this area of Durham without having that component involved in any kind of significant capacity whatsoever. And so that's my position on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Durkin. Other comments and questions? So I see Commissioner Harrod has your hand raised. You, Commissioner Harrod?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask Neil if y'all are considering something of that nature. Because I mean,
you mean
since
in
I've
terms
been
of affordable?
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, since I've been on the commission almost a year, this is the largest project that I've seen. So it surprises me that there's no offer made, no mention made of a percentage, anything of that nature. So that's the reason for my question.
Sure, that makes sense. I will say so the K parcel is a much larger project. It did include some affordable housing, but it also has multifamily. And again, that's not a project I worked on, so I'm not speaking from any place of authority on it, but my understanding is they were providing affordable housing in the rental units, primarily, or maybe only, and maybe also a monetary donation to the Affordable Housing Fund. And that project was much bigger than this one. But this project, you know, it is a large project. I'm not suggesting otherwise, and I touched on this earlier. One of the main things that allows this project to do is to provide all of that infrastructure that is associated with it. And I think, you know, that is a strength of this project. We've heard over and over that development in this area, needs to be curtailed to some degree until infrastructure has time to catch up. But at the same time, infrastructure is installed piecemeal, essentially, by developers for the most part. This is a project which puts in a lot of infrastructure in the Northern Durham Parkway and the Collector Road, and also commits to building out a portion of this greenway. And so a lot of the cost associated with developing the site goes directly to infrastructure. So there is not a commitment on this project for affordable housing units to be included. But this project team is considering and I believe will make a monetary donation to the Affordable Housing Fund. And it, in my opinion, it'd be fairly sizable because it's a sizable project. However, a lot of the cost here is soaked up in the infrastructure necessary to develop this site. Regardless of how it's developed, these are things that are required primarily from the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you for that answer. Would you care to be more specific at this point?
So the applicant team and Steve George is available. We've not discussed a number that would be associated with that. I think that, that remains to be seen. The housing market, as you know, is changing pretty rapidly. And currently, it's taken a long time to go. Once you all vote on a case, taking a long time to get to city council. So, we're kind of wanting to understand what the market is at a time, which could be different.
Okay. And while we're on the subject, I think we're adding something like 67 students to the school system, private or public. Are you guys considering some sort of proffer to the Durham Public Schools?
Yes, and we have been waiting for the staff report on this, to make that commitment. But yeah, we would make a per student commitment to the Durham Public School System based on the additional number of students that are expected to be generated from this.
Okay, maybe as we talked about before, maybe before the vote, you could make that a little more specific. That's up to you, but that's a suggestion.
I think that's fair. Well, I think that's fair. Allow us some time to deliberate as we continue these discussions.
All right, thank you a lot, Neil.
I see Jeremy Tarr has raised their hand. I'll recognize Jeremy at this time. Jeremy, are you able to unmute yourself to speak?
No response, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we'll move on for now and maybe come back to Jeremy later. Are there other commissioner questions or comments? So I have a couple of questions. First, I have a question for staff. I'm curious how the planned North Durham Freeway here played a role in conversations that staff has had about draft place types for this area.
I don't know if I can speak directly to that role. I know the draft place type. Actually, I'll have to remind myself what the draft place type is. If you give me a second, unless you already have it pulled up, Austin.
Yeah, I believe it's mixed residential.
Okay. I know most of the place types out there because there is an interest in promoting a mix of uses in certain instances, but also a good mix of different types of housing, whether there's a parkway going through it or not, is going from just a kind of a planned residential type place type to mixed use or mixed residential neighborhood or mixed use freeway, Durham Parkway, just call it a freeway, and the Collector Street would only add to those place types and would have influenced that.
Okay, thank you for that. And then question to the applicant. This case has been referred to a lot as a continuation of Parcel K. And so given that that's the framing that you've handed us, I'm curious why we're going with a lower density on this site than what was offered at Parcel K.
I mean, Parcel K certainly has some other characteristics that make it more marketable and developable for higher density, specifically multifamily. This site is not nearly as accessible as Parcel K, as we've discussed, in this hearing here, and we're going to have to essentially build the Northern Durham Parkway through the property in order for it to be accessed. It does not currently have any kind of frontage or viability for an apartment site. In our opinion, apartments are the difference, for the density. From if you took the apartments out of Parcel K, the density in Parcel K would not be as high, and this site is not likely a marketable spot for apartments. And so the density on the single family and townhome side is similar to Parcel K in that respect.
Okay, thank you for that. So to follow up on Commissioner Durkin's comment from earlier about how framing this in relation to Parcel K is maybe not the most helpful framing in terms of making the commission feel good about it. I did go and look back. It was a 1-11 vote against the case. The one commissioner who voted in favor of it is not currently on this commission. They were term limited out. So just as a frame of reference for what the comments we made on Parcel K, they still stand, particularly on a site immediately adjacent. And to me, while I am very happy about the opportunity to have the infrastructure here built with the North Durham Freeway, I think that's that's a big positive for this site. There's a lot of things about this proposal that to me feel like a step backwards. Lower density, less affordable housing, and as has been mentioned time and time again, this is a very large portion of land. I understand that as it is currently valued, that higher density use and more intense use is not as financially viable. However, I would make a case that once the Durham Freeway is built, then the value of this is going to go up and more intense and dense use would be appropriate here. So I'm pretty firmly against this case. I also just want to note the comment that Mr. Ghosh made about waiting to determine the contribution to the affordable housing fund, and I'm just going to state my interpretation of that comment was the cost of construction might go up, and so we might want to wait to put a number on that in case we want to put a lower number on that down the road to save money around the edges. Now, that might not be accurate, or that might not have been Mr. Ghosh's intention, but that was my interpretation of that. And I don't really, that to me, that doesn't feel very in the spirit of making contributions to the Affordable Housing Fund, of making donations like that. So for those reasons, along with many of the other ones that we talk about time and time again on this commission of unsustainable suburban sprawl that is disconnected and segregated, I am against this case. And I really, really would love to see something better at this site, particularly given that the applicant has come to us before with Parcel K and has knowledge of the concerns of this commission. And from my perspective, it looks like none of those things showed up in this application, which is almost offensive. And it also, it makes it kind of sad and hard to review some of these cases. And so I really hope and encourage that the next time that you bring a application to the Planning Commission, that you'll consider some of the comments that we so clearly state on a monthly basis. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of references have been made both by the applicant and in the conversation to Parcel K. References have also been made to the draft place types guide, and a couple of points, and I don't disagree with much of what Commissioner or our Chair just said, Chair Amendolia. The proposal before us is carpet housing. It's just expansive housing across the landscape, single use, just as Parcel K was, just as many of the surrounding tracts here are, and all of those in their totality create predictable outcomes of traffic and limited access to services, limited access to retail, limited access to civic destinations. And so in referencing Parcel K and in referencing the draft place types, I want to highlight just two items. First of all, this is quite different than Parcel K in a very significant way from a planning perspective, from a transportation perspective, from a land use perspective. It's different from Parcel K in that it includes both sides of a substantial portion of this future Northern Durham Parkway in whatever form that takes, although it's on a predictable track at this point with low density suburban sprawl being proposed around it. But it's at the intersection of that proposed right-of-way plus the collectors, which is also an artifact of suburbia. These aren't connectors, which are streets that people can walk on and easily access their goods and services, but they're collectors, which serve cars. But that intersection does produce market viability, perhaps not now, perhaps not under the low density that's being proposed, but certainly with more forethought and care given to market dynamics and land use configurations that could be supportive of different outcomes on this 117-acre tract. So it's a large parcel. There's plenty of opportunity to do more than 3.7 or whatever the number is of a single use. So that's one comment to really, highlight that this is different than Parcel K. It has much more potential than Parcel K because of basic transportation infrastructure as contemplated on plans and as proposed in the project. Secondly, the reference to the draft place types, which makes me nervous because those haven't been approved. I think there are a lot of issues that need to be resolved before the draft place types map or the draft place types guide can be a definitive guide, but it adds context to these conversations. So I'll run with it. And to that point, this is shown in the draft place types as mixed residential neighborhood, the important distinction for purposes of our conversation, I think, and for purposes of the points I was trying to make regarding the potential for what this could become at the intersection of Northern Durham Parkway and this collector road, is that the mixed residential is exactly that. It's mixed, but it's also just predominantly residential. There are also supposed to be, in the draft place types guide, there are also supposed to be easy access to civic uses, to commercial uses, to destinations that people can reach by safely walking biking, and rolling within and around their neighborhoods. None of that is offered in this project. None of that is offered in the proposed land uses. None of that is offered in this PDR proposition that's being considered. So I would argue it's not remotely consistent with the mixed residential neighborhood as a draft place type, because it doesn't offer those things, even though there's ample acreage to do so, there's ample potential transportation structure to do so if this was something other than just more of the same, which is single use, auto dependent, residential, that will forever be a traffic problem for those who can afford a car, and a pretty isolating living experience for those who are dependent on others to allow them to access their basic daily needs and services and goods. So if it's not clear, I'm going to vote against the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cease. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. It's one of these issues or these applications that has a number of issues to it. In defense of the developers, to some extent, we don't really have a transit type plan, and if we were trying to support any kind of affordable housing, it is automobile dependent, and there's really that issue that it makes it really tough to support any kind of affordability in this area. My other concern is you look at Northern Durham Parkway, we're extending it maybe another further closer towards US 70. The ultimate plan is Northern Durham Parkway will connect to Aviation Parkway, which is being extended or planned to be extended in Wake County up to US 70. And so, it's one of those things where, I keep harping on the idea of infrastructure. It isn't here in this area. And, we're building and approving a number of additional things, even though I know our commission hasn't approved it, but the city council has gone ahead and approved a number of developments, which is increasing the number of housing units, which is increasing the tax base, which could be worthwhile to invest in this area, to invest in a few segments that could connect this and make this easier to manage. So in some ways, I do say that, I believe that the developers bring forth a number of items, but they have some limited capability or limited ability to do things unless they are willing to build out some of the rest of the roads and other things, which could be a major expense. And so my concern here is these developments. We had one with 5909 last meeting. We have another couple more that are going to be coming up to our up to probably another 7 or 8 more of these things. I study the maps and I see the developments on Social Pinpoint, and we're not doing anything beyond looking at each of the parcels. And my concern is that, while infrastructure is a big thing, I appreciate what the developers brought forward to try to kind of build piece by piece. But it would be really great to see the ultimate, what the end goal is, what we would like to do with our collector streets. I mean, I brought up the thing about the dirt road, which is Kennard Road, coming towards the property. I know it doesn't intersect with it, but that could also provide access, but I don't know what it would do to the traffic in the area. So my biggest concern, I'm not for it, but I think for a variety of different reasons, our commission is not in favor of this, probably for different reasons. And I would ask, as we make our comments back to the city council, is to express your concerns and also express city council to take some kind of action as to try to help these things move along. If this is what they want in the area, I think we should really be asking for our elected officials, if they're going to approve it over our objections or concerns, then make the investments so this can meet some of the goals and objectives that we want to see in a comprehensive plan. So that's my concern. And like I said, I'm not in favor of it, and only for my reasons. And I would request my other council members to provide that in their comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Are there other commissioners who would like to make comments or ask questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, I would take a motion at this time. Before the motion, I would like to get staff to follow up on any proffers. Also, I think Mr. Ghosh, Commissioner Harrod had asked earlier or had suggested maybe you think more about any additional proffers you might make and want to follow up if you had any additional thoughts on that front.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so specifically, I think we were discussing the Durham public school system, and we would make a proffer to make a one-time monetary donation in the amount of $20,100 to the Durham public school system. And that number was arrived at, I think it was 67 students were stated, so that's like $300 a student.
Okay. And were there, did y'all decide on a number for the Affordable Housing Fund, or are y'all deferring on that?
I think we would defer on that. We have not decided on that number.
Okay. Mike, do you want to go through the added proffers to make sure everyone's on the same page?
Yes. One of those was the proffered donation to DPS and getting a final proffer on that. The second is that the text commitment regarding construction of Northern Durham Parkway through the extent of the site will be made and verified through transportation for correctness. The third one I have, and it was something that Neil mentioned briefly, was construction of the Greenway Trail. My understanding was that it was just going to be dedication. Is that correct? It's just dedication of the of an easement for the trail, or was the trail itself to be constructed within for the site?
If you look at, this is Beth Blackman, if you look at text commitment 2, that's connecting to the Greenway. I thought it was supposed to be constructed in one of these.
I just need clarity. I remember asking about this under review, and it was first said that it was just going to be dedication of an easement, but connections to that were going to be made. Is the actual trail itself within the site going to be constructed in addition to dedication of the easement?
I'll let Neil or Steve, the text commitments just refer to the easement.
That was my understanding too.
Yeah, so, and I'm sorry if I misspoke. Oh, if you can give me a moment, let me make sure I. Yeah. Oh, okay. Actually, my client said, yeah. So I think it is dedication of the Greenway easement and construction of connections to that Greenway easement.
Okay, that's the clarity I needed.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we're ready for a motion with those additional proffers.
Sure. Chair, I make a motion that we take case number Z2000044, which is the Griffin, which Griffin are we at there?
Griffin Tract.
Griffin Tract, development tract or Griffin Tract case to be forwarded to the City Council for a favorable recommendation.
Moved by Commissioner Morgan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Chair Cameron. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Cease?
I'd just like to clarify that the
commitment to construct Northern Durham Parkway within the right-of-way, I'm sorry, across the full extent of the property is included.
Yes, that is correct. That additional proffer and the commitment to $20,100 to DPS is also included in this motion. Did I miss anything, Mike?
No, that's correct. And it would just be as Earlene noted prior, it would just be a clarification of text commitment number 1 for the Northern Durham Parkway construction.
May we have the roll call vote?
Sure. Amendolia.
No.
Baker.
No.
Batista.
No.
Busby.
No.
Cameron.
No.
Cutright.
No.
Durkin. No.
No.
No. Thank you. Harrod.
No.
Lowe.
No.
MacIver.
No.
Morgan.
No.
Cease.
No.
Carmen Williams.
No.
Zuri Williams.
No.
Motion fails unanimously.
Thank you, staff. Thank you to the applicant. With that, we'll move to our 5th item of the night. This is case Z2000038 Massey Chapel Townhomes. We'll begin with the staff report.
Good evening. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are. And hey, Brooke.
Hello, this is Brooke Roper with the City County Planning Department. I'll be talking about case Z2000038 Massey Chapel Townhouses. The following information summarizes the application. The applicant proposes to change the zoning designation of one parcel of land located at 7926 Massey Chapel Road, totaling 5.828 acres. The current zoning is rural residential. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 4.928. The property is currently designated low density residential on the future land use map. The proposed zoning is inconsistent with this designation. So if the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM to designate the property as low medium density residential. The existing zoning is rural residential. This site is surrounded by commercial, general, and rural residential areas as well. The aerial map shows the general location of the project. The site is located along Massey Chapel Road between Fayetteville Road and Abron Drive. Property to the north is zone CGD and includes an automobile sales mall development and South Point Mall further to the north. The property to the west, south, and east is zoned rural residential and includes single-family homes. The applicant has included graphic and text commitments, including stormwater control measures, the installation of a 5-foot sidewalk along Massey Chapel Road, along with design commitments such as covered entryways, roofing, and building materials and color palette. For the full list of commitments, please view page 6 of the staff report. This site has access to water, sewer, and electrical services. There is a stream to the north of the site with a 100-foot stream buffer and 10-foot no-build setback. This site has predominantly hardwood forest with some pine. Additionally, steep slopes are identified on the site. The maximum amount of disturbance allowed is 15% of the overall slope area. The plan would allow for a maximum of 15% of the area to be disturbed. The applicant has proposed a tree preservation area on the northern portion of the parcel, one site access point. a sidewalk along the north side of Massey Chapel Road to a nearby parcel with PID 211002 to the west to connect the adjacent parcels, and BMPs on site to be sized to detain the 100-year storm event. The proposed development will be limited to a maximum of 28 townhouse residential units, along with accessory uses. 2 neighborhood meetings were held in accordance with UDO requirements on September 9th, 2020, with 14 community members present, and also July 28th, 2021. 5 social pinpoint comments were received by staff in relation to this case, which can be seen in attachment K. Except for the future land use designation, staff determines that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted ordinances and policies. If the request is approved, the FLUM designation shall be amended to maintain consistency. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brooke. We're going to open the public hearing again with the applicant presentation. Jared Edens is, I believe, representing the applicant tonight, and Jared, you'll have 10 minutes to give your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good, thanks. Yeah, Jared Edens with the Edens Investments. We're actually the developer on this project. I appreciate your time tonight. I'm just going to, and I appreciate Brooke's summary and her work on the project. I just want to highlight a few things for you guys. As she mentioned, we're looking at about 5.8 acres on Massey Chapel Road. It's currently zoned RR. We finally arrived at a density of a PDR of about 4.9, which is 28 townhomes for this application. You know, that's a lower density than what you normally see for a townhome application. You see typically, 6.5 to 7.5, sometimes upwards of 8, depending on the design for townhomes. There's a reason we ended up at where we are, and I'll get to that. We started at 40 units with our original application, which is about 2 years ago. We had 2 neighborhood meetings, one September of 2020, another meeting in July of 21. We made a couple of changes as a result and as part of the process of those meetings that ended up affecting our yield. So we added the 100-year stormwater detention to the site, which is something that I'm a proponent of as a standard, and you see that on our applications. And we added some buffers. There's 3 property owners in particular that's their homes and rear lot lines are closer, appear to be more impacted than some of the other neighbors. So we added went from a 20-foot buffer to a 30-foot buffer for 3 of those owners. But just those 2 small changes, the pond gets approximately, I'd say 25 to 50% larger when you do the 100-year storm, and when you add the extra buffer, it caused our density to go from 40 to 28. So we're at about 4.9, which I think is a pretty reasonable density for the area. Just a couple notes on transportation. So the sidewalk, to explain a little bit further, back when Charlie Reese was on city council, and I remember back at the Griffin Place rezoning, he mentioned the phrase that he mentioned a public benefit. He said it'd be nice to see some public benefit for some of these rezoning cases, not just your standard traffic improvements that are required for TIAs, but some different things. So, we've done that on a couple of projects, and for this one, I looked around to sort of see what we could do here. I noticed the American Tobacco Trail is about 1,000 feet west of where our driveway would connect to Massey Chapel Road. And from there, it's only about 0.6, 0.7 miles from that point to the retail at South Point. So what we committed to do as sort of a public benefit that would, I think it'd benefit some of the owners on Abron Drive and also the new property owner here, is we're going to fill in that gap of sidewalk. It's about 1,000 feet of sidewalk that'll now, it means every new resident in this development, the 28 new residents here, will have a direct pedestrian and bikeway connection from their front door to the American Tobacco Trail, which goes to the retail and whatnot. I think that's a good amenity, and I thought that was a good public benefit for this project. I'll also note, because I'm always interested to see what these staff reports say, Massey Chapel Road has a current capacity of about 14,000 cars and a current traffic of 1,900 cars a day. So obviously well under capacity now. We didn't do a traffic study or anything for such a small project. I do want to make two additional proffers. Normally we make these at City Council, but I know that this comes up at Planning Commission, and it's come up earlier tonight, so I just want to go ahead and address it. We don't have an affordable component here. It's 28 units. I think, I've got some other stuff coming, some other ideas on affordability on larger projects. It's really hard to pencil it out here. We will be making an affordable payment. The rate we used for years from when Mayor Schul helped sort of start the fund, and up until recently was $150 a unit. We upped that at the Griffin Place council meeting to $500 a unit. So we'll be proffering it's a $14,000 payment to the affordable fund. We'll also be proffering a schools payment. The standard is $500 a student. The staff report says 3 students. That's $1,500. I mean, that's okay, but we'll proffer $5,000 for the schools. I mean, $1,500 just sort of won't do much. So those two payments, $14,000 for affordable and $5,000 for schools, would be due prior to the first final plat for the project, I think is how we word it on the zoning conditions. Just in summary, I think it's a good use for townhomes. I mean, it's adjacent to some heavy retail. It sort of can serve as a transition. When you land plan areas, you sort of have the retail in the middle, and you have apartments and townhomes that sort of transition out to singles. It's sort of a transition, between the retail and some of the singles that are south of it. Great access to the trail in South Point. I mean, it's I measured from the driveway connection. It's 0.8 miles to the South Point retail. I think it's a reasonable density. It's a good. It's less than what you see, but I think for the location, I think it's a reasonable compromise. But yeah, that's my main points. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. We have 3 people who signed up in advance to speak in opposition to this case. Those individuals are Will T. White, Jeremy Tarr, and Sydney Ransom. You all have 2 minutes each to make any remarks. When called on, please state your name and address and make your comments. We'll begin with Will T. White.
Good evening. My name is Will T. White, and I live at 7838 Massey Chapel Road. And looking down on the plat, we are the farthest to the, I guess would be the east side on Massey Chapel. And my wife is with me. Her name's Melody White. I wrote a little something down here. I said, we have seen all the development in our area from rural farmland to now. We've been here for 22 years. We are private people, and we're concerned about the traffic's headlights that are already shining into our house from the Chelsea Meadows housing development entrance. And we're also worried about the headlights on this development. There's going to be a traffic circle or turnaround for that development in our backyard. Right now, we enjoy our time in our yard and our privacy here. I'm not too worried. I'm not forgiving anybody that wants to build on their property, but the headlights, the noise, and the security issues I have from possibly this development is a concern for us. So we also are concerned about having the land disturbed from all the construction, because we are currently on well and septic. The septic system that Hendricks car dealership took over, that those people that lived in those neighborhoods had serious problems with their septic systems over the years. And I'm worried about the water table being disturbed and the aquifer, that my shallow well of about 60 foot, which is towards the back of my property, is a concern for us. And I know that the new development, the septic system is down at the bottom on the north side where the creek is. And I was wondering if the project does go through, is there going to be any way that we would possibly be able to tie into the septic?
Mr. White, you've reached your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Jeremy Tarr. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jeremy Tarr. My wife and I own property at 7409 Abron Drive, which would run along part of the development. We know North Carolina is growing rapidly, especially this area. Folks need housing, we get that. But the unique features of this development in our neighborhood really make it not a good fit. This is not a situation of multifamily housing being built kind of in a new lot beside our neighborhood or across the street from our neighborhood. As you can see from the polygon, this is being built around and above many of our neighbors. Tenants of the 25 units are going to drive down a narrow road, squeeze between some of our homes, and then park behind our homes, and then go up to the residences that are going to look down into our backyards and into our windows. We strongly oppose this project. We ask that you recommend to the City Council to deny the rezoning request. If the project does need to move forward, we'd ask that you could consider the following mitigation steps. When I say we, I speak for my wife and me, not other neighbors. We're concerned about seeing light from the parking lots, from the buildings and the cars from our backyards and windows. This is based on our experience with the recent Hendrick dealership that's much farther away, but the lights burn bright each night and still affect us despite the mitigation and the buffers and all that were put in place. So we'd ask that you require berms with tall evergreens or opaque fencing. They have to be high opacity during the winter, as we experience about half the year with no leaves on trees. Some of the measures, work in the summer, but not for about half the year. Concerned about traffic, to reduce car and foot traffic, appreciate the proffer of sidewalks. Would ask that those sidewalks run from Fayetteville Road all the way down to the Tobacco Trail to allow residents to go left or right out of the driveway, to have multiple options of how to get to South Point and the neighboring retail. Also would ask for an active transport.
Sorry, you've hit your 2 minutes.
I'd also ask for active transportation lanes so folks can bike, not just walk, and for construction to not occur on weekends or holidays or evenings. Thank you.
Thank you. Sydney Ransom, you have 2 minutes to speak.
How you doing? My name is Sydney Ransom. I live at 7924 Massey Chapel Road. I'm basically located at the very end of the access road. My issue is privacy and security. It's basically been a nightmare for me. I think it started around 4 years ago. They put a sign at the bottom of the road saying that some property was for sale. And that's when I had a lot of trespassers. I had to construct a fence to keep people out of my yard. People were literally driving in my yard. Talked to the person who owned the land at the time, and they said that's the first time I learned that the hill was privately owned. It should have been a county dedicated road. Another issue I had is eventually once they started doing the surveying, I had an issue trying to exit my driveway, and I contacted Eden's Land, but I never got a response for that. And also I had trucks in my yard as well. And just to paint a picture of my house, we've been there for 42 years. It's a private property, a private area, so I don't really have a direct view of any of my neighbors, and I have no traffic at all. It's literally zero. So you're talking about going from 0 to a 28 townhome project. Also, I'll be surrounded behind me, to the side, and in front of me by townhouses basically peering down on me. So basically that's my main concern, just privacy. And then from a security standpoint, I've never had anybody break into my house, but I'm assuming, because nobody knows my house is here, now I'm going to be basically on a public street, and I have to consider not just the people that live at the townhouses, but the services such as taxis, Uber, school buses, literally going from zero traffic to like a huge whole neighborhood pretty much being built on top and around me is my main concern. And that's pretty much all I had to say about that for right now.
Thank you. Okay, I see one participant has raised their hand to add comments. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand at this time. Again, a reminder if you're on the phone to do so by pressing *9. Brian Albrecht, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address and make your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Albrecht, and I'm here with my wife, Nikki. We live at 7840 Massey Chapel Road. We're one of the two, I guess, 3 lots that are immediately south of the proposed townhome development. As Mr. Edens had mentioned, there are 3 lots that would be most severely impacted by the housing, I guess, encroachment or whatever you want to call it. As both Mike and I believe Jeremy had stated, this property is a really unique shape. It's essentially like a pork chop. The tail is the road going in, which obviously is needed for road services. There's a huge cliff kind of at that back corner, and then the creek beds there, which is, and then with the water retention pond, essentially all of these 28 units are going to be squished into the 2 acres that are immediately abutting both my house, Mike's house next door, and our neighbor on the other side. So it sounds like it's a relatively appropriate sort of up slightly higher development property. Realistically, from what Mr. Edens has already showed us at the townhome meeting, I have a 200-foot frontage at the back of my property. The diagram he showed us was a 3-story building, 150 feet long, 1.5 units basically staggered across the back of my property. So instead of having a nice townhome community where you might have small units broken up amongst the property, separation, things like that, we're essentially going to have a commercial size wall, a townhome wall across the back of our property. This is essentially an islanded community. It's going to be cut off from everything. The driveway is over 1,000 feet long. It's really cut off. It's just a high dollar, super high density townhome community that could be better developed. And also, last statement, just like Mike said, this area has historically horrible soil for septics. Some of us have already spent exorbitant fees having to go through to repair failed septics. Please, 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 in your recommendation, make sure that our properties are considered when you consider future use. Don't cut us off from getting into the city. If we don't have access to wastewater treatment, our properties then become useless. We don't expect it to be free, but we hope that the plans consider long-term use, including us who aren't specifically part of this plan. So thank you for listening to us. We do hope the property is developed smartly.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we're going to go to Nancy Friesch. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Here, this is Chris Peterson from staff. I'm having trouble getting Nancy's account to, oh, there you go. I think it's working now.
Okay, I'm on Avon Drive, and we already have a lot of traffic, and this is a cul-de-sac. And getting out onto Massey Chapel is not the issue right now, but if we add 30 more cars coming out of a driveway that is what, 30 feet from Massey, from our street, getting out and in is going to be difficult. And then getting in and out on 751 at one end of Massey Chapel and Fayetteville Road on the other end, right now it is extremely difficult. We're going to add more traffic. We're going to add more noise, light, water problems. So I think this is too much in a tiny little space. There's only one entrance in and one entrance out. If something happens to their driveway, they're stuck. Please do not approve this.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mandy Tenamore. Mandy, please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes to make comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mandy Tinamore. I live at 7408 Abron. And we just wanted to add our voices to our neighbors. We're worried about the light pollution. Unfortunately, we've learned the hard way from Hendrick that things that look good on paper don't always play out well in real life. The light pollution is, in our opinion, significant from Hendrick, and it probably will just get worse with this development. We're also worried about traffic, and to add to Jeremy's point of connecting, giving people of this development a different way to get to South Point, maybe they could connect to, I know there's sidewalk out past Hendrick, so maybe they could connect that way. Just a thought, but just adding our voice to our neighbors' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak this time? Mark Simonson, I see you've raised your hand. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes to make comment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mark Simonson, I live at 7407 Abron Drive, and again, like my neighbors, I have a lot of similar concerns. The light pollution certainly is one, but the substrate that upon which Mr. Eden is proposing to build is on a sort of a area that where the stability of the soil, and I realize they've probably done, I think someone said there's already been core samples done, so hopefully they've already sort of dealt with this issue, but I know that a lot of our houses have foundation issues related to sinking sand, essentially, and that they're literally building on a cliff, as Brian said earlier. That's even worse than most of our houses, which are built on flat surfaces. Now, admittedly, they're at the top of the cliff, but what is at the bottom of the cliff is, first off, there's a lot of washing of water that goes down that way. But then there's this area called Fern Valley at the bottom of the cliff. It's full of ferns. It's full of wildlife. It's beautiful. It has already suffered some degradation because of the Hendrick development. And but luckily, there's still a lot of wildlife back there. We're concerned about everything from the light pollution, the noise pollution, the added traffic, the added foot traffic, and just the density of this just doesn't seem that practical, especially looking at the pork chop shaped property that it will be built upon.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other residents who wish to speak at this time, Jared, you had about 4 minutes left of your time if you would like to make any further comment or rebuttal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was I appreciate the neighbors being here, and I was taking notes as people were talking. I'm going to try to address some of this stuff. The headlight concern, I understand that for sure, but when you look at the topography, where the roads and where the units are going to be on our site it's a good 10 to 15 feet lower than the homes that are up on Massey Chapel Road. So, I'm not sure what kind of light pollution would get through from that grade difference, but I think a lot of that light is going to be below them, and I don't think very noticeable. I understand that the problems with well and septic. I think staff understands there's issues out there as well. So, part of our extension agreement here and part of the annexation requires that we provide sewer connections to the upstream property owners, as much as we can. So that's in writing. That's the legal agreement with the city. Our design and site plan will have to accommodate it. Obviously, they're upstream of us, so that's something that's very easy to do, to put some manholes up there. And if those property owners wish to connect on, then they can annex and have public water and sewer. And I think that would, that does alleviate that concern. We can help out there. Lighting in general, street lighting, and I think staff maybe can help speak to this, but the UDO does have built-in requirements for lighting and spillover at the property line. The engineer, landscape architect typically has to take a light meter out, at nighttime, walk the property line, measure the foot candle requirements, make sure it meets codes. There is protections in. I don't think South Point Mall, the Auto Mall is a good comparison. One, they're grade, they're much higher in grade than we are compared to the properties on Abron Drive and on Massey Chapel Road. The Mercedes is on the other side of the channel, and it's up above the stream, and it's pretty high up. So, we're below all the surrounding properties. So all of our lighting, street lighting and everything is going to be below grade relative to our neighbors. And I guess the one thing I'd ask to look at is, look at what the alternate is. I mean, we've had cases before, and I've been listening this evening, and we want to have some residential density near some amenities and near some things we can get to, and this is it. You can 0.8 miles is not a long bicycle ride to go have lunch or do whatever, from your house. So, the alternate is a 3 or 4 lot, large lot subdivision with a $1.5 to $2 million home. That, sure, I mean, maybe that's great, and maybe some people prefer that, but is that the best use of 5.9 acres adjacent to a car dealership at South Point? I don't think it is, and that's why we took on the project in spite of its shape. And the project does rectify some things. Some of the driveways, some of our neighbors' drives, aren't on their properties or on our property that connect to Massey Chapel. This is going to rectify that. Clean up the existing drives. I think we built in some protections. I just think it's the best use of the property. So thanks for the chance to answer some of those questions, and I appreciate the questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you, Jared. This time we're going to close the public hearing and open up for commissioner comment and question. I see that Erlene Thomas has raised her hand, so I'll go ahead and recognize Erlene before we get into comment and question.
Thank you, Erlene Thomas, City Transportation. I did just want to make one comment before you went into your conversations, and regarding the off-site sidewalk proffer, just noting that it is conditioned upon the available right-of-way. And it does appear that, with Massey Chapel Road not having curb and gutter, there's a ditch, the sidewalk will be required to be located behind the ditch. So there is some concerns that there will be issues with right-of-way availability. So I wanted to daylight that, and perhaps you can ask the applicant for some assurance, or if they've done some due diligence in that area.
Thank you, Erlene. Yeah, Mr. Eden, let's start there.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I appreciate her bringing it up, because we put that in there because I've had much larger projects with off-site sidewalk improvements, and you don't ever want an entire project to be held up because of a 5-foot right-of-way strip that one property owner in a community may not want to give up. So you always have that clarification. The beauty of these virtual hearings is I can go to GIS while Erlene is talking and measure the right-of-way of Massey Chapel Road, where the sidewalk's going to be. And it looks like it's about 60 feet, which is a typical NCDOT, suburban right-of-way. It's only a 2-lane road. We often have 3-lane roads, with sidewalk and shoulder and ditch sometimes in those locations that'll fit in a 60-foot right-of-way. So I feel confident that, no extra right-of-way is going to be needed. We've got a lot of space there to put the shoulder and ditch and fit that in. I mean, just a typical project, 60 feet would be more than enough. So, I think it's going to get installed.
Okay, thank you for that. Erlene, would you mind commenting on Mr. Eden's response to that, and if you have, if you think that that's accurate?
Erlene Thomas, Transportation, will say, generally speaking, 60 feet should be enough right of way, but oftentimes roads roads aren't necessarily centered in that right of way. And, you know, maybe the ditch is further off the edge of pavement than, you know, one would think. It does appear from street view that there will be some challenging spots. So I just don't want to see the applicant make a proffer that does ultimately hold them up if he hasn't done that due diligence.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edens?
Yeah, I was just looking at the topography. I mean, the topography along in the right of way is pretty good. So like I said, I mean, I don't foresee that being an issue with making the installation. It's you know, typically it's just not an issue.
Do other commissioners have questions or comments? Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. Just a question on that item and a related aspect to it. Somewhere, maybe it was in the staff report, maybe it was in the Eden submittal package. You know, I'm looking now actually at the attachment G, the PED, I guess it's the Bike and Ped Advisory Committee staff analysis. And one of the things that they asked for was to provide that sidewalk or provide payment in lieu. And I don't see the payment in lieu aspect included. So Mr. Edens, is that something that was considered?
Yeah, the problem with, you know, I don't think Bike Ped deals often with the city engineering department and the payment in lieu process involved with, you know, that's in a pretty extensive process. Durham very rarely, engineering for years has very rarely would give you the payment in lieu option. It's got to be a complete, I mean, it's got to be a rare situation because developers, because I would have done it, to be honest with you, many times you would just say, well, we'll just do the payment in lieu. You know, we don't want to deal with this grade or with the extending this culvert or things like that. So, you know, we didn't include that language because, I mean, to be honest with you, when I talked to Rob and those guys at engineering, it's never brought up. It's like a no, I don't mention payment in lieu because it's either you build the sidewalk or you build the sidewalk has been the options in the past.
Okay, thank you for that response. So I'll just point out, based on what I heard from Arlene, that there is a difference of opinion, at least as being expressed to us tonight, regarding the feasibility of constructing the sidewalk for this 1,200 plus feet, whatever it is, towards the connection to the American Tobacco Trail. And right now, what the applicant has offered is to construct it if the right-of-way allows it. And if the right-of-way doesn't allow it, nothing gets constructed, and he still complies with the development plan. And that seems a little problematic. And perhaps it's problematic hanging that on the engineering staff too, and that the payment in lieu may be an easy out. But I really appreciate Arlene raising the item for concern, because it's one of many items concerning with this project. And I'll leave it to that's all I have for now.
And Arlene, I see you have raised your hand again, so I'll recognize you at this time.
Yes, thank you, Arlene Thomas, Transportation. I just wanted to point out that payment in lieu is not an option in the county. So that perhaps is why that piece was not added to the proffer.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Other commissioner question or comment? Commissioner Baker.
Chair, I've got a couple questions here. So I was taking notes when people were speaking, and I think that there were several pretty reasonable comments and requests, a couple of which the applicant also addressed. So I wanted to bring some of these up. Several neighbors brought up the issue of the septic system and potentially tying into a new sewer line. Mr. Edens spoke to providing the sewer and making that available to upstream property owners. And can staff confirm that is accurate? as described by Mr. Edens. I assume it is, but I just want to get confirmation that the property owners will be able to tie into a new sewer line that's provided by the applicant.
I believe he is correct. I will have to double check though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other issue was light coming from car dealerships. Car dealerships are very bright and use a lot of light at all hours of the day. So that's a very, I think, very reasonable concern. There is a pretty significant natural buffer, both on the site and off the site, and Mr. Eden spoke to that buffer. So my question to staff is that something that you believe is accurate, that the existing buffer is sufficient to ensure that the bright lights coming from the car dealership are not going to significantly impact the neighbors that spoke? Is that something that we can confirm? And maybe you need some extra time.
You mean can you clarify that again? You mean the lights coming from the dealership?
Yeah, to the north.
Well, that dealership's already built out. Am I misunderstanding your concern that if they're above grade, then they're already being impacted by the dealership, or are you concerned about the lights coming from the proposed development?
The lights from the existing dealership, because the natural buffer to a certain extent will be removed for the new development. The question is, would it be removed to the extent that it would have any impact on those neighbors? It doesn't look like it would, but and Mr. Eden spoke to that, but I just wanted to confirm if that was something that staff.
I don't think that we could verify that one way or the other. We don't have an analysis.
And that's good enough. I was just wanted to check.
Thank you. Sorry for the clarification.
Yeah. One thing that was raised by a neighbor that wasn't addressed by Mr. Edens, and I'm going to ask this to Mr. Edens. One of the questions was for there not to be construction to occur in evenings and on weekends. Mr. Edens, is that something that you can speak to?
Yeah, no, I think that's a reason. That comes up often at the neighborhood meetings and stuff, but it rarely makes it to zoning conditions on plans. Rarely. I don't know if we ever see it on the plans. But, I mean, I'm not opposed to that at all because it's a reasonable request, and we want to be in and out and as quiet as possible. So I don't know if staff has any guidance or what typical hours are, but obviously you try to take advantage of some of your summer hours during the summer, right? Because it's when it's dry. That's some of the neighbors spoke to the soils out there, and they're correct. They're muddy clay soils that are slimy in winter and hard to grade. So in the summertime you want to take advantage of that time to get your grading done when you can, when things are dry. But no, that'd be fine. Some sort of, I hadn't had a chance to think it through on what the timing, obviously restricting, saying no weekends would not be an issue, but I would just have to question like what would be a proper time, like on the evenings, but we're not opposed to that at all. I mean, it's reasonable.
And one thing I'll say is I know that there's, Mr. Cahill, there's something that you want to say?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but I want to make sure your questions get answered fully. Going back to the sewer, your first question, if it's a private drive, it would be a private sewer underneath. So that distinction is probably important for this conversation. And then I think the other part to that is Mr. Eden spoke to if the nearby property owners would like to connect to that drainage basin that's in the Farrington drainage basin, they would have to annex in, and then there would be a sewer capacity analysis done. And that would be a voluntary annexation that's of their own volition. So I think those are two things that are important to point out, especially the fact that if it's a private drive, it'll be a private sewer.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's really useful information. And anyone is confused by that, by all means, we should ask that question to Alex so he can clarify for anybody. I do appreciate the intended commitment for the sidewalk. I understand that there's a little bit of concern over whether, the feasibility of it. But the intent there is something that I do appreciate. And then I'm only staying on questions for now. One neighbor did raise some concern about sort of the bulk design and materials of the future townhomes, and that was something I wanted to raise as well. So, Mr. Edens, would you mind just speaking a little bit to that concern by the neighbor of kind of looking back and just seeing a kind of large structure, a large wall that it is officially townhomes, but is not potentially does not contain a design and materials that is reasonable to the neighbors. Can you speak to that? And maybe if necessary, we can have some discussion over how to address that concern.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So I was looking at the topography as you were talking. The lots up on Massey Chapel Road, where the homes are, I'm just counting 2, 4, 6, 8. So where our townhomes and road would be internally is a good 20 plus feet lower than the where the homes are on Massey Chapel Road. So that very much minimizes, the visual impact. If you can't see it, you can't be impacted by it. We're 20 feet lower. Now we also, like I said, we widen the buffer, from 20 to 30 to help out with that. If I could have done 50, I would have done 50. We do 50 on a lot of projects. I mean, that would pretty much kill it because, like I said, we're already down to sort of a really low unit count. But I mean, I think just the topography itself sort of helps provide a buffer for materials and lighting and everything because we're just so much lower than our neighbors. And also on the sewer thing, keep in mind, we annex property all the time that has private sewer. Almost every townhome development in town is annexed with private sewer. So even though our sewer is private, they would still have access to it. Our neighbors would, and what I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. Commissioner Busby.
Thanks, Chairman Mendolia. And I think I'm going to mostly build on Commissioner Baker's line of questioning, which I really appreciate. I guess the first question is just a follow-up, actually. I think Commissioner Baker I think it was Jared was wondering if there was some existing language that has been used for addressing the noise issue and making sure that the construction isn't happening on weekends, holidays, but trying to think through weekdays and when's an appropriate time. So I guess the first question would be for staff is there language that has been used in other cases around that kind of question that we could look to have available if the applicant is open to it, the neighbors are asking for it, it seems like that's a win-win. It'd be great to be able to actually put it in as a written proffer.
Thank you. I'm not currently aware of any language, but we can definitely look into that and see if there's anything that we can use.
Thank you. And I know, Jared, Mr. Edens comes to us a lot, and I know that he, is going to be very trustworthy to work on this issue as it moves forward to City Council. So I'm not asking that that's something that needs to be dealt with this evening, but if that's something that he's open to and the staff's willing to work on it, I think it'd be great to be able, and it may be something if it doesn't exist, maybe it's something that we can then have if this is a future question, especially as we have more of these unique infill proposals that are taking place. So thank you on that. I think my other questions are mostly for Jared. Jared, I think the first thing, and you walked me through this and it was very helpful, but I think it would be useful to have you do it again tonight, is I asked you, you reached out and offered to meet with any of us, and I took you up on it, and it was very helpful just to hear about the project a little more before tonight's meeting. I asked you to help me think through. So if someone is living in this new development and they are looking to walk or bike down to American Tobacco Trail, can you walk through how would that work between the required sidewalks that you'll be building, but also, crossing the street, to get from one side of the development over to the other side, down to Massey Chapel over to the American Tobacco Trail? Can you just walk through the full sidewalk complement and how that would play out?
Yeah, so the code requires, all new streets, public or private, to have sidewalks on both sides, right? So, the access road, because our property is like a flag, right? So the flag pole of the flag, the access road, that'll be a private drive, all the way into where the units are. We'll have sidewalk on both sides, 5 feet sidewalk. So that, if you live in the development, you probably should walk on the sidewalk and not ride your bike, but, walk or ride your bike on the sidewalk. You can get out all the way to where the entrance is. We have the extension from that point running west on Massey Chapel Road. It measures to around 1,000 feet in the GIS. When you get to that point, you're at the American Tobacco Trail, which is probably 8 to 10 feet wide at that point. It's about 0.6 miles north to where you have all the retail, restaurants, things like that. So, I think it's fairly convenient. I think it's a really good amenity, and I think it's something to take advantage of if we can. But that's sort of how it works.
Great, thank you. I have another question, but I see Mr. Cahill's raised his hand, so I'm going to pause and let him jump in.
I'll try to. I was going to say, so they already answered the question about, traffic and construction and timing, and we don't have other examples of that, but, we've worked with Edens and willing to work with him on figuring out what that language could be. However, if there is a discussion around light, we heard that from the community and neighbors. We have had commitments in the past, specifically Lotta Park had commitments on restricting the height of light poles in the parking area and using cutoff fixtures for the lights. And that could be one commitment that would be possible to help address some of the light potential issues that we might have.
Thank you. Actually, that's great timing because I had two final questions, and one was about the existing light. And I did recall, I couldn't remember which case, but I recall we did see something recently. So thanks for reminding us. And so Mr. Edens, Jared, I just wanted to see thoughts on that. That also might address some of the concerns about the light coming off of the development. I know you're below grade from the neighbors, but it's another good faith opportunity and effort that could be made.
No, I think I appreciate Alex bringing those up because we've done that before. It's been a while, but yeah, there's shielded light fixtures. The advantage to having a private drive is we have more control, or maybe a little bit more control over the kind of fixtures that go in and things, as opposed to public city streets where Duke has a little bit more say so. I think maybe Erling can speak to that, but no, those are good proffers, and that's sort of what. That's what the planning commission, we're trying to make the projects better before they move on. I think that's a good suggestion and works for everybody. So I'm not sure what the standard height restriction is. I feel like it's, 30 feet. I'm not certain. I know there's standard wording for shielded fixtures that we would gladly incorporate, but we could do both of those things for sure.
That'd be great. And again, I'm not suggesting we add that definitively tonight. I'd want to get the language right. And I understand that there's time before this goes to city council. So, but just having your commitment to work on it, work with staff, and have something that could be added when you get to council, I think would be really great. My final thing was on ongoing noise issues. So you've talked about the construction phase, but then in terms of just the day-to-day living phase, the only other thing I would hope you might consider is, especially as we move toward the adoption of electric vehicles, which are much, much quieter. I don't expect everyone that's going to live in this area would have an electric vehicle, but over time, you may have residents that will choose to have an electric vehicle. We've seen proffers to put electric vehicle charging stations on new developments. Is that something you are willing to consider?
I like that idea also, and we have that on a lot of our projects. And this zoning was filed so long ago that it sort of predated some of the extra stuff that people have been adding. But I think two charging stations would suffice. I think we could supply that. I mean, for 28 units, that should cover the neighborhood and hopefully some visitors from time to time. So we could add that proffer. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Those are my questions. I did want to do one final thing, was that I know when Jeremy Tarr was speaking, he was going through a list of pretty thoughtful neighbor, or at least things that he and his wife were thinking were worth considering, and we ran out of time. I was going to see if he had any other items that were on his list and give him the opportunity to finish those suggestions for our consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments about addressing the things I mentioned. The one I ran out of time for was to address noise and EV chargers, and appreciate, Commissioner, you bringing that up. I'd encourage this body to recommend more than 2 EV chargers. If you have 28 units, how many vehicles is that going to be? The trend during the life of this development, if it goes forward, is going to be to have many more EVs than 2 per 28 units. So it's a relatively inexpensive time to add EV chargers. Again, EVs are basically silent, and that would help with some noise issues. I think consideration of active transportation lane, the developer, I think, mentioned as an aside that we're not supposed to ride bikes on sidewalks. If someone is going to bike from the development to the American Tobacco Trail to South Point, they would need a safe place to do that. Another noise issue was about, I don't know if there's a way to address emptying dumpsters. I assume they're not going to be deliveries, but that is something that neighbors have experienced. A lot of noise, middle of the night, emptying dumpsters and beeping on deliveries. So I will stop there, and appreciate the extra few minutes to make those final points.
Great, thank you. And I guess my final question, Chair, and then I'll hand it back to you, is just, Jared, any final feedback on those comments? You've been really receptive to hearing the neighbors and addressing a lot of those concerns.
Yeah, I mean, the active transportation lane, like a 4 or 5 foot bike, I mean, that's a great idea, but we've just had conversation about worries about right-of-way constraints and getting sidewalk constructed. So, I mean, I hate to commit to adding a 5 foot bike lane along a part of Massey Chapel and fitting a 5 foot sidewalk in, within the 60 foot right-of-way. So, I mean, I think that's a good idea. And those get installed as properties developed and roads are widened and they put those lanes in. But, I'd be hesitant to add any more to our plate for the Massey Chapel.
Okay, thanks, Jared. And thank you, Chair Amendolia. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Busby. Are there other commissioner comments and questions? Okay, so I'm going to start with a question to staff, and I'm going to go ahead and apologize for being a little bit pedantic. There's been a lot of reference to the possibility of neighbors connecting to sewer in the future. And I just wanted to ask staff to briefly describe the voluntary annexation process so that folks that attended tonight are aware of how they could take advantage of that in the future if they so desired.
Gonna assume that question. I can take that question. Alexander Cahill here, Planning Department. So the annexation process for the neighbors that are interested is a legislative process, meaning the city council will vote on it. The steps, just to kind of make it succinct, you'll fill out a petition. That petition will be routed to other departments. They'll review it. They'll check for sewer capacity, roadway capacity, and some other factors, including emergency service response. And then once it's gone through the review process, it would go to the city council. They'll deliberate on it. There'll be a public hearing just as there is tonight. And then they would vote to either approve or deny that annexation. One other important part of that is the city doesn't pay for the cost to connect to sewer and water. So the connection cost would be at the individual homeowner's expense. And there would be a utility extension agreement essentially that you would work or negotiate with the city on to make that happen if the annexation were approved.
Thank you, Alexander. Really appreciate that. Okay, so I want to recognize a couple of folks that have raised their hand. First, we'll start with Mark Simonson.
Oh, I just wanted to add that my neighbors and I have been speaking a little while this meeting is going on, and I don't see how the elevations could be correct that Mr. Edens is talking about, because my property is definitely underneath. So my property, sort of the back end of my property abuts, maybe not directly abuts what will be the development, but I'm definitely a lower lying than the development will be, especially if they're multi-story townhomes. So I think before it gets too far along, someone needs to check whether these elevations that we're talking about are correct.
Thank you. Is your property to the, what direction is it from?
Is to the, let me think. So that's north, that's south. So we are to the, we're towards, so I'm on Abron Drive. So okay. We are towards the west.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Mark. Before we go to Brian, staff, could you discuss some of those, the topography, and verify the numbers there of whether this site would be, I guess, above or below an elevation? Or Commissioner Cease, you may also jump in if you would like. Brooke or Alexander?
Sorry about that. Okay. We would have to double check on that. I don't know if Jared has anything he'd like to add.
Yeah,
the survey.
We can also come back if you need a second to double check on that. Alexander or Mike, do one of y'all want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll just.
I'm sorry. And Alexander, maybe you're going to say the same thing. I'm just looking at the existing condition sheet on the development plan, and it lays out the topographical lines. So it is all going down and away. It looks, the high point is 296, 294, 298, and then it slopes down to the north and west.
Okay.
Jared, if you want to elaborate any more, but it looks like that's what's going on.
We are definitely downhill of all of our immediate neighbors. I mean, I've had some neighbors describing it as a cliff, right? So it's it can't be a cliff and not be downhill. We're downhill from all of our immediate surrounding neighbors.
Thank you. And then Brian Albrecht, you also raised your hand, so I'd like to give you a moment.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And just very, very specific point, and I guess I'm second beleaguering it from your question about the city sewer as well. We understand that the connection to city sewer would be voluntary per annexation process and such. We're extremely concerned about getting orphaned and cut off from future development. That there's a distinction I heard repeatedly tonight was difference between sewer under a private drive versus a public drive. Would we be counting on future goodwill of Eden's to be able to potentially connect to his private sewer hookup, also pending city sewer? It's a very real possibility. The Kentington Drive, where Hendrick was, from my understanding, they were septic failure for years and years and couldn't do anything. We are concerned. I'm already on a state permitted septic system because my system failed once. I don't want to get left behind here in Durham. I can't control that property, but we hope that these existing houses here just don't get left due to a technicality and our septic permit gets revoked and we can't connect to the city. We don't do anything. So can you, as the commission here, get some clarification about, do we have, not a guarantee from the city, but per rulings, private sewer connections have the same sort of mandates that a public street would, that we can at least count that there might be an option going forward?
Yeah, thank you. Jared, I'll have you respond to that first, and then I want staff to also provide that assurance.
Yeah, so I'm reading the, I signed the extension agreement with the city, I think it was around the 18th of April. So the extension agreement spells out the, the water and sewer for the property, what's required of the developer, things like that. Page 13, and it's the project specific provisions. These are conditions they write up per project. They're not part of any kind of standard language. On the sewer service, the next last sentence, the developer shall extend sewer and easements through the project to its boundaries as directed by the city to allow for future extensions. That is from the language from the extension agreement. So, and we had conversations with the water management about this during the process, because it's standard operating procedure when you submit site plans or whatnot, that you're to carry the sewer through your project to your upstream neighbors. That's just how it's done in all municipalities to allow for that future extension. But that legal language is in the sewer extension agreement that we signed. And so the city will have pure discretion at site plan to tell us where to take manholes to, and I'm tied to that. So thank you.
Thank you. And staff, can you just verify that information to provide a extra level of assurance?
Yes, Mr. Eden is correct, and I appreciate him reading the utility extension agreement. Everything he said is accurate. The only caveat I would add is that extension agreement is predicated on the city council approving the annexation, which is a vote that they would determine down the road. But otherwise, all the information in that utility extension agreement is accurate.
Thank you, Alexander. I want to note that we have had a lot more discussion on this case than what we typically would, and typically resident comments are mostly dedicated to the public hearing, and we've given space for residents to speak more during the discussion, but in keeping in mind moving forward in this meeting and keeping the agenda not too late, I'm going to recognize the folks that currently have their hand raised, and then after that, going to resume with commissioner comment and question before the vote. So I know that Welty, you had your hand raised a moment ago, and if you still would like to make a comment, you may, and then Jeremy, I'll ask for a final brief comment, and then we'll move on. But we'll begin with Welty.
Yes, thank you very much for this last comment. It pertains to the sewer hookup. The gentleman for the city, I think, did I hear it right? He said that if they extend the sewer line, we are obligated to file for annexation.
No, you're not obligated to. Annexations of existing property in North Carolina are voluntary. So you may choose to, and if you choose to, it will be up to the city council as to whether or not you may connect to the existing sewer.
Correct. Okay, so then they'll extend the line to the area towards my property, and then I will be able to tie in at a later date if I need be.
That is my understanding. Alexander, could you verify?
Yeah, these are great questions. Thank you. Yeah, there's kind of two situations, and I'd be happy to talk tomorrow or anytime this week with any of these residents. If you want to give me an email, I'll put it in the chat. So yes, there's two things. If you annex into the city and you connect to the city water and sewer, that would be a possibility. There are also exceptions to that. If you have a failing septic system or there are other caveats, you don't necessarily have to annex and you can tie in. So we are willing to explore those exceptions with y'all. I'll put my contact information in the chat and we'll work with you sometime this week.
Thank you, Alexander. And yeah, just also if anyone listening to this like can't find the right email for staff, you can always email the planning commission. We'll connect you with the right folks. Jeremy, did you have a last comment?
Yes, it seems like a point about that the development is 20 feet lower grade than surrounding neighbors is pretty important, given that if that's true, it sounds like the thinking is there would be less of a risk of light pollution and need for stronger lighting controls. It is higher than my property, just to echo Mark Simmonson's comments. I literally drove up there just to confirm that during this meeting. I have a zip line that my kids use from my property line up there down. It is definitely downhill. So I just want to ask if staff or whoever is the appropriate person to double check the grade and ask again for any kind of opacity, buffers for the lighting. I understand that the city restrictions about light, spillover and all that, but they're just sort of not enough. The consequences all winter, 6 months of the year, we see the lighting directly. So just want to underscore the importance of the grading and getting clarity on whether it is in fact lower than the surrounding neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to return under Zoom to Commissioner comment and question. So we'll go to Commissioner Harrod.
Thank you very much, Chair. I understand the concerns about light pollution. One thing I was going to ask Mr. Edens, would you be willing to put a fence along your west property line that would take care of the headlight situation? Does that make sense?
Talking about, and not a decorative fence, but some sort of opaque fence.
The opaque fence, a wooden fence, or whatever, yeah.
Along which property line?
The western property line. We're up the back side of the people on Auburn Street.
Yeah, I mean, so the only thing we're going to have there is the access road, right? So like all the units and stuff are further east.
Well, I was
yeah,
just
I mean, that's a few hundred. So you're talking about a 6 foot, I think it's standard, is a 6 foot standard opaque fence along the property line between us and the people who live on Auburn Drive.
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, because it's narrow, we had to work out a perimeter buffer, issue with planning through there because of the shape of the property. I mean, I think we could do that. That would, again, that's not a huge expense for us, but I think long term it might be a good idea. So, I think it would be a 6 foot fence between our property and the property owners from 7409 to 7427 Auburn Drive is what I think. There's 5 property owners there. Yeah, that's reasonable.
And the other thing, somebody mentioned something about storm pollution. Well, pollution along the stream. So my question is, you did offer 100-year stormwater detention. Does that take in all the water on the site before it leaves? You understand my question?
Yeah, we have to analyze the, so everything to that and now to everything to that discharge point, right? So all the water that's going to that point where the pond is, we have to analyze the existing 100-year stormwater rate and then detain to that rate with our pond or less. It's always a little bit less because of the way the numbers work out, but yeah.
So that pretty much would take care of that concern, I would think. Unless you got some additional things you could add to that, but and I just I don't know how these car dealerships and these gas stations get away with it, but there is a regulation that says that you cannot have more than 0.5 foot candles of light spilling over your property line. So the city's going to make Mr. Edens do that. And I mean, I understand it's a concern, but I don't think it's too big a concern because of the regulations. So that's just my 5 cents worth. And also about the sewer situation, I don't know whether it would make sense for you to provide an easement through your property for anybody to get through there that might need to. Maybe we're shaking that cat's tail too much. I don't know. Does that make you sense?
Yeah, I don't want to get into the weeds on, you know, a lot of this is site plan issues that you work out with the engineering staff, you know, project by project basis. I mean, I think the teeth is in the legal extension agreement that requires the extension to those property owners. So
I agree. Okay, dokie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrod. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. Well, I've been surprised that that we've spent as much time over the past bit here talking about the details of this project. I think it's all been very helpful, very useful conversation. It's a bit striking to me, though, that we heard several members of the public, all or most all of whom adjoin this parcel with a single family detached residence that's in the RR zoning. And we jumped into a lot of conversations about infrastructure, about lighting, about grading. And I think that maybe I'm still at a bit of a higher level, and that is considering the land use compatibility with what's around it, particularly the zoning compatibility. There's RR parcels to the south. There's RR parcels to the west. Yes, there's larger suburban development further south or south of Massey Chapel, you know, quite extensively so. And yes, there's commercial north of the stream buffer in the whole Kensington and auto dealership area. And it strikes me that we're not, and I want to be careful how I say this. I think we heard unequivocally that those who will be most impacted by this development are opposed to it for very understandable reasons. And I think our commission often encounters circumstances where adjacent property owners are opposed to the change that's happening. That's very typical. But here, the opposition is in my view quite a bit grounded in very specific concerns, specific concerns about lighting, very specific concerns about the building mass, notwithstanding building height or elevations. Mr. Tarr's certainly correct in terms of the elevation of his lot relative to the project. We also heard a general introduction by the applicant of this being a good way to transition from the commercial to the residential as a planning principle. I'll just say that as a planning principle, those types of transitions are appropriate where you're encountering that going from point A to point B, ideally on foot, maybe on bike, maybe on car. That's not the case here. This is a flag lot with essentially a 600-foot stem that is 60 feet wide, going past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 single-family homes on large lots that are RR. And it's just striking to me the differences and the ways in which I don't feel like we, at least conversationally, have elevated the concerns that we heard expressed by the neighbors. So I'm going to ask one question of the applicant. And that is, there was a reference to the increased buffer along the south, the 30-foot buffer for a couple of the parcels, but it doesn't address two of the adjacent owners that we heard. The parcel that is kind of the middle of the U shape that would be surrounded on the three sides doesn't have the benefit of that expanded buffer. And normally I'm no fan of buffers, but if you're on an RR lot and a townhouse development is occurring, which consists of lots of parking lots, driveways, and 3-story buildings, then a buffer is has some basis and rationale. So there's that parcel where it wasn't indicated, and there's also the Massey Chapel facing parcel 7838, the last one to the east. So my question for Jared is, why did you not, in going to the trouble to add the additional buffer width for the other two parcels, why did you not do it there?
Yeah, the reason is the one parcel you referenced, 7838, is about what, 45 feet deeper than the parcels adjacent to it to the west. So, in effect, they're, because of the shape of those parcels and because they're deeper, that's the main reason I didn't add the buffer, because the parcels themselves are deeper than the ones next to it. So that's the main reason for that one. Yeah, just the shape of the parcel. You have to take everything into consideration. So, yeah. Okay,
thank you for that. A few more points, and I'll also defer to you, Chair Amendolia, because I know we're coming up on a time break, I think. But I have some more comments. But what I'm hearing in that response from Mr. Edens is that they want to take advantage of the adjacent properties, deeper backyard to effectively serve as a buffer. It strikes me as not consistent with the thinking on the other parcels. So we also have this, 440 feet plus another 200 feet or so. So nominally 600 feet of roadway constructed on just a 60-foot right-of-way, which is ample if the adjacent uses are compatible, but the adjacent uses here are the backyards of these RR zone tracts. This is a strikingly different approach to the first case we talked about at length tonight, that being the Courtyards at Farrington, or whatever it was called, the Patterson Mill country store site, which was a tract of land of 20 acres, not 5 or whatever this is, that sat there with development occurring all around it for years and years, for decades, that could have pursued or could have been taken as a potential development site, but was patient, effectively, was patient ownership, waiting for clarity granted on infrastructure, waiting transit infrastructure in that case, waiting for perhaps a whole lot of unrelated reasons to the parcel itself. But now the time is right. I would say this parcel is the opposite. This development proposal is premature. It's the time's not right. It doesn't serve as a transition. I would suggest that, based on what we heard from the adjacent property owners, that they're pretty comfortable that the transition they have right now in terms of this tract being undeveloped is as good as it gets until there's more clarity as to what can be done infrastructure wise that partially is the sewer, but also is a means of accessing Massey Chapel Road via pedestrian, other modes of transport, bike, what have you, not just to the west, not just the American Tobacco Trail, but also the 530 feet roughly to the east, in which case the world would open up a bit via sidewalks throughout those subdivisions, sidewalks along Fayetteville, the crossing of the Tobacco Trail. It just seems strikingly, early isn't quite the same reason. It's just not, this seems like a premature or at least an incomplete proposal in my mind, and a proposal that is incompatible doesn't adequately describe my sense of how a collection of 3-story buildings would sit hidden behind, these 6 or 11 single-family homes. So I think it's a really problematic proposal, at least as presently configured. The concern about the 300-foot-long building, we haven't had the benefit of seeing any of that information because we don't see that information the way PDR submittals are prepared these days, and I think that's problematic. But a text commitment that would indicate a maximum of 4 or 5 units per building could go a long way towards alleviating some of those concerns, and we have seen that on small townhome infill projects like this. And this really isn't infill. This is still ex-urban RR land, in my view. That it's just, the timing just doesn't seem right. So I'll stop there for the sake of time and a break.
Thank you, Commissioner Cease. Mr. Edens, do you have any comment on the recommendation of having a maximum number of townhomes in one, building?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, as a general design, you try to avoid the 6s if you can. I mean, some developments they have 8, 6 of 8, which that's hard grade wise also, and you try to get away from that. I mean, I don't think. I mean, I haven't. Like I said, we're limited on our units. We're already limited with the space we've got to work with, and to just arbitrarily, is there really a big difference between a 5-unit building and a 6? I'm not sure, but to make that arbitrary change, that's not something I could do tonight, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to try and vote on this before I break. The one thing I would like to know is so I don't always agree with Mr. Edens, and I don't always love the applications he brings. But what I will note is that you can see a striking difference of having an applicant who lives in Durham versus one that doesn't. And that is clearly evident from the first 2 cases that we discussed heavily tonight compared to this one. Mr. Edens didn't provide every request that the residents had, but there was a lot more conversation about it, and there was a lot more offered from the first 2 cases, and I just want to recognize that, and hope that people, will just see the value in having folks who live here helping figure out how to develop this. That doesn't necessarily speak to all of the pros and cons of this specific case, but it at least shows that this might be better than it would be if it were a national developer. Okay, we have 2 minutes before our next break. So I would accept a motion at this time. I would like to note that I believe there are at least 5 additional buffers that were made or referenced tonight. I think 4 were official, which was a commitment to for a donation to the Affordable Housing Bond, a donation to DPS, 2 EV charging stations on site, which I would actually, Jared, ask you to clarify can we make it so that those are at different, make sure that those are different units and it's not just like one townhome has 2 charging stations?
Yeah, I think we could. I'm not sure how to word it to make them spread throughout somehow, but I understand, yeah, you want one in one part of the development and one sort of on the other end, but I don't know. I hate to wing it right now, but there, you know, there's a distance you could specify, but you know, on each side it would be a different distance that would make sense to have them apart. You know, 5 parking spaces are 9 feet wide. That's 45 feet. You know, I don't know if you want to say they're at least 50 feet apart, so they're not sitting at the same unit. You know, I could agree to where they're at least separated 50 feet horizontally, and that's just what I'm comfortable with, winging it on the spot. You know, could be more, but that's how we could approach it, I guess.
Okay, and I'm sure that's something that you could also work out with staff between now and council. The 4th one that I know you said was a 6-foot fence along the western portion of the site, an opaque fence. And then I know 2 other items that you said that you would work with staff, and I'm not sure if we can count these as official proffers yet, but I just want to reflect an understanding that you will discuss with staff about some light fixture requirement to reduce light pollution, and coming up with some agreed upon language on times that construction will happen to reduce noise during construction. If I'm staff or Jared, if I missed anything, let me know.
Yeah, I also just wanted to clarify as well for the 2 proffers for the contributions, that will be prior to site plan approval. So it will be a contribution of $14,000 to the dedicated housing fund and a contribution of $5,000 to the Durham Public Schools. And those are both prior to site plan approval.
Great.
And then also, I believe we talked about removing the contingency in the sidewalk commitment as well.
Okay. Great. Okay, so with all those proffers, I would accept a motion to move this forward to the City Council with a favorable approval.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we would take case number Z2000038 the Massey Chapel Townhouse rezoning with the appropriate proffers that have been aforementioned to be forwarded to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Moved by Commissioner Morgan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Cutright. Is there any discussion on the motion? And maybe have the roll call vote.
Amendolia.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Batista.
No.
Busby.
Yes.
Cameron.
No.
Cutright.
Yes.
Durkin.
Yes.
Harrod.
No.
Lowe.
Yes.
McIver.
Yes.
Morgan.
No.
Cease.
No.
Carmen Williams.
No.
Zuri Williams.
No.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. It is a tie, 7-7, which I believe means a failed.
Yeah, okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Edens. Thanks, staff. And thanks to the commissioners for a really great discussion. We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time. Since we went over a little bit, I'm going to make it like 12 minutes. We'll start back at 9:55.
Have you experienced changes in Durham that negatively affect your everyday life? Many in the community have. The City and County of Durham want to correct those issues and ensure the future changes work for the entire community. They are listening and want to hear your ideas for making Durham a place where everyone thrives. That's why the City and County of Durham are inviting all members of the Durham community to take part in the creation of the new comprehensive plan, which will determine the vision for growing Durham over the next 30 years. This collaboration between the City and County of Durham and the Durham community is the result of the new Engage Durham initiative, which seeks to ensure that all community stakeholders are involved in the shaping of city and county projects. Help build a Durham that works for everyone.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your carts should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your carts should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your carts should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
Have you noticed more electric cars on the road recently? They are gaining popularity as more models become available and charging infrastructure continues to expand. Let's discuss some basics of electric driving. There are 2 types of electric vehicles, Battery electric vehicles are powered solely by an electric motor with rechargeable batteries. Plug-in hybrid electric vehicles are powered by a combination of a gasoline engine and an electric motor with rechargeable batteries. Electric vehicles offer drivers multiple benefits, including fuel and maintenance savings, enhanced vehicle performance, a fun driving experience, and environmental friendliness. There are many types of electric vehicles to choose from, and new models continue to enter the market. For your typical passenger vehicles, there are electric sedans, SUVs, and trucks. For medium and heavy-duty vehicles, there are electric vans, buses, tractor-trailers, and specialty work trucks. And we can't forget about the two-wheel vehicles. Electric motorcycles and bikes are quickly becoming rider favorites. All of these vehicles get their fuel from the electric grid by plugging in to charge. There are 3 levels of charging: Level 1, Level 2, and DC fast charge. Level 1 charging uses an adapter to plug into a standard 120-volt outlet, providing around 3 to 5 miles of range per hour. Level 2 charging uses a 240-volt outlet and provides 12 to 60 miles of range per hour. Level 2 charging stations can be installed at home and are commonly found in public locations, including shopping centers, downtown communities, multifamily housing, and workplaces. DC fast charge stations provide the quickest charge, adding about 60 to 80 miles of range in 20 minutes. DC fast charging is usually located in high-traffic public spots and along highway corridors. While drivers tend to do most of their charging at home, there are multiple apps and websites to help locate public charging stations. With electric vehicle and charging options growing daily, drivers are zipping around their communities and traveling the country cleanly and quietly, with plenty of places to plug in along the way.
we're going to begin returning from our recess. Okay, we're going to start our final public hearing of the night. This is case Z2000042 Durham County Utility Building, and we'll begin with the staff report.
Hello again, this is Brooke Roper with the City County Planning Department. Oh, are you able to see my screen?
Sorry, my volume is off. Yep, we're good.
Okay, great. I'll be going over Z2000042 Durham County Administration Building. The following information summarizes the application. The applicant proposes to change the zoning designation of one parcel of land located at 6001 NC 55 Highway, totaling 40.37 acres. The current zoning is commercial general with a development plan, office and institutional with a development plan, and residential suburban multifamily with a development plan. The applicant proposes to change this designation to industrial light. The property is currently designated industrial and commercial on the future land use map. The proposed zoning is inconsistent with this designation. So if the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM to designate the property as industrial. The existing zoning is commercial general with the development plan off OI and RSMD. The site is surrounded by residential suburban multifamily, commercial neighborhood, and planned development residential 5.949. The aerial map shows the general location of the project. Again, the site is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of TW Alexander Drive and NC 55. Property to the north is zoned RSMD and has a townhouse development called Alexander Place. The property to the south is zoned CN and includes a utility development or an electrical substation. The property to the southwest is zoned IL and is currently vacant. The property to the west is zoned CN and RR with the Triangle Wastewater Facility development. And the property to the east is zoned OID and is vacant. There's no development plan proposed with this request, and therefore no commitments can be proffered. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on September 23rd, 2021 with one member in attendance. There have been no social pinpoint comments received by staff in relation to this case. And except for the future land use designation, staff determines that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted ordinances and policies. If the request is approved, the FLUM designation shall be amended to maintain consistency. And staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. We will go ahead and open the public hearing. We'll begin with the applicant presentation. I have a fairly sizable applicant team tonight. The people that I have on my list as registered are Stephen Miller, Brenda Hayes-Bright, Joshua Al-Anubia, Zach Pierce, Holly Waterman, Paul Young, and Stephanie Brixey. I'm not sure who will be speaking first or if y'all have something coordinated, but I would like to open up to the applicant for a 10-minute presentation.
Sure, thank you. My name is Paul Young, and I'll be giving you a short presentation here at the beginning. Again, thank you, commissioners, for your time. As I said, my name is Paul Young with DTW Architects located here in Durham. You heard the rest of the team, but I will sort of mention what their roles are. Joshua Al-Anubia is with CLH Design along with Stephen Miller. Brenda Hayes-Bright is with the Durham County Engineering Department, and Stephanie Brixey is from the Durham County Utilities Department. So Durham County desires to rezone this site from commercial general office and residential suburban multifamily to light industrial for use by their public utilities division. Public Utilities Division is responsible for the collection and treatment of wastewater within those areas of the county that are not connected to the city wastewater system or on septic systems. The Utilities Division is also responsible for the operation and maintenance of the wastewater treatment plant on the opposite side of the road from this site. The current Durham County Utilities Administration building, located on the treatment plant site, is no longer able to handle the staffing, storage, and maintenance requirements for the Utilities Division. Durham County determined that expansion of the existing facility was not feasible due to the surrounding floodplain and the need to reserve room for future growth of the existing wastewater plant. Rezoning the 6001 Highway 55 property to light industrial will allow the Durham County Public Utilities Division the ability to grow in proximity to their wastewater plant and provide service for the expected growth of the county sewer collection system. Lastly, in the event of a county-wide emergency, the county has a need to co-locate a backup emergency operations center in this part of the county. Since the Utilities Division is part of critical services required to operate during an emergency, the co-location of a backup emergency operations center within this new facility allows for multiple uses within a single facility. That's all I really have for you, and I'd be glad to address any questions you might have.
Thank you. We have no one signed up and indicated that they wanted to speak in advance. We did have 5 people register for the meeting, but all said that they either were not speaking or were undecided. So at this time, if anybody would like to speak either for or against this case, please raise your hand. Reminder, it's on the, if you're on the phone, you do so by pressing *9. Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing and open up for commissioner comment and question. Commissioner Batista.
Yes, thank you. Just for clarity, is the intended use here for wastewater or something else?
The intended use here is to expand their office facilities, their warehouse facilities, and their laboratory facilities, which exist on the other side of the road now, but have grown too cramped for them.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Batista. Other questions and comments? I see we have an attendee that has raised their hand that I'd like to recognize. I'm going to do my best with the pronunciation, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Ashwini Kulkarni.
Yes.
Please, make your statement.
I live across the road in 728 Colby Place. I recently moved. I received a notice. I really don't know how this whole process works, but I've been listening to others talk. I just had curiosity questions in the sense that when you classify it as industrial, my worry was whether it will be like a manufacturing facility, how much of traffic would we expect to increase, because I think a lot of people have not even moved into the area yet because the phase 2 is still under construction. And I think that's why not many residents must be on the call. I don't understand the whole process, so I apologize if it's not a relevant question, but my worry mainly was if it'll turn into like a manufacturing sort of a setup, which is very close to a residential neighborhood right now.
Thank you for that. I'm going to direct that question to staff first to talk a little bit about the distinction between industrial and industrial light zoning, because the intensity is different there. So yeah, I would love for staff to speak to that.
Yes, of course. So yeah, as Chair Amendolia was mentioning, the intensities for industrial versus industrial light are a little bit different. So industrial has heavier uses. Don't have it pulled up right in front of me right now, but industrial light, you know, in the name, it's lighter, less intense use. I can provide a little bit more information or a section of the UDO that provides way more detail than that, but yeah.
Thank you, Brooke. And then to the applicant, would you respond to the question about kind of the intensity of industrial or the use that would be allowed at the site, and
Sure.
yeah, speak
Sure.
to the concern of there being heavy manufacturing?
Yeah, the county will not be doing heavy manufacturing on this site. This is a government use, 9 to 5, except when there are critical emergencies. This is purely a government use. So really the reason we are having to zone to industrial light is that we do have a portion of the building that has warehouse facilities for parts, for pumps, for the wastewater treatment plant. And the only way to get a zoning that allows that is industrial light.
Thank you. And then also there was a question raised about traffic generation, and for that, the staff report indicates that this proposal would introduce approximately 500 more car trips, vehicle trips than what currently would exist at that site if it were developed at its max capacity. So it's a relatively, and from my perspective, relatively minimal impact compared to what is already allowed at that site. And I also see that Pot Pindi has raised their hand. I'd like to give them a chance to speak and raise any questions.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, similar to Ashwini, I would also be moving in that neighborhood, the Alexander Place that's right across the street. And I know that there is a water treatment plant in front on the other side of 55, but the distance between that plant and this extension that we're talking about is not going to be the same. So my concern is about noise and all that stuff. Like, is it going to be loud?
Yeah, again, this is a government use. The majority of the programmatic element for this is office space. As I sort of stated, there's also a secondary component for about 50 to 100 people to gather in the event of an emergency situation. And then the last portion of this is a warehouse. It's a 9 to 5 operation unless there's a critical issue in the county water sewer system. Then there would be 4 or 5 people there at night, but they would then leave and go take care of whatever the emergency is. They will not be there all night long.
Thank you. Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, I know there's no development plan, so we can't really have any idea of what's going on the site. But it's a 40-acre site, which is pretty large. It's like a neighborhood. And so I was just wondering if the applicant could speak at all to any of the arrangement of the buildings on the site, sort of informally, not making any commitments, but just kind of speaking generally to arrangement of buildings on the site. And also any sort of innovations in green building and energy efficiency and, on-site renewable energy or anything like that I know is a value of county government operations.
Yeah, certainly. You'll notice at the intersection there, first off, that is actually the low point, and it is probably the point at which we will be developing a stormwater structure, but certainly want to do that with goals in mind. The county has a goal of LEED Gold for this site and for this building, for new buildings. So that certainly is a high bar to go towards. There is a reuse water line on the other side of Highway 55 that actually comes out of the wastewater plant. And one of our goals is to try and tap into that to use it both for flushing toilets, but also for cooling water for the HVAC systems. So that's something we're exploring. As to the arrangement of the buildings, there's certainly a nice flat area there that was cleared a long time ago by the NCDOT. The arrangement hasn't been completely thought out yet, and I'll just be honest with you. But we're trying to pull it away from the railroad tracks at least, so it will be towards the Highway 55 side, most likely of the site.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and of course, we're always looking for opportunities. I know this is, way out there. It's going to be government use. Most people are going to be driving, but any opportunities there are for, walkability, or, sure people that are working there are going to want to go get lunch. People are going to be moving into these, the residential area just to the north. And so there are going to be a variety of uses, and just keeping that in mind and sort of achieving those goals. So.
Certainly. And the county does have a program to incentivize the employees to maintain a healthy lifestyle. So we will be looking at that and what possibilities we have on the site to incentivize that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. Other commissioner questions and comments? The only thing I'll say is that with a site like this where it's locally owned, county owned, I hope that we continue to think strategically about how we use this land, because it's a very scarce resource, particularly in this market. And I appreciate the need for more facilities for workspace and storage facilities for county government, and hope that we pursue maybe more ambitious things in the future as well, with trying to put some housing on county-owned land when possible. But that's more a broader comment than speaking to this specific application. If there are no further questions and comments, I would accept a motion on this case at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we take case Z2000038, the Durham County Utility Administration Building case, to be forwarded to the city, I guess, for city council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Baker. Is there any further discussion on the motion? And seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Amendolia.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Batista.
Yes.
Busby.
Yes.
Cameron.
Yes.
Cutright.
Yes.
Perkin.
Yes.
Harrod.
Yes.
Lowe.
Yes.
McIver.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Thies.
Yes.
Carmen Williams.
Yes.
Zuri Williams.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you, staff, and thanks to the applicant. That concludes our public hearings for the night. The only item that I see we have left on our agenda is just a reminder that we'll be having an additional meeting in June. That'll be June 23rd at 5:30, and that will help us get through a backlog of cases that we have. Michael, did you have any other comments or announcements for the Planning Commission?
No, it was just also wanted to remind the commission that both agendas will be packed. They'll be very similar to this agenda, but we also wanted to thank you for taking the extra time to have that extra meeting. And I know not all of you can make that extra meeting, and that's perfectly understandable. But it does help due process and getting cases moving along, at least. Whether they can all make it to city council in a manner, there's other issues there, but the ability for planning commission to make adjustments here and there, we try not to ask too often of you to do that. So again, we do thank you for providing that extra meeting.
Thank you. And just as a reminder to everyone who is watching and all the planning commissioners, that the comment period for the draft policies of the new Durham comprehensive plan is open. So make sure you go to the Engage Durham website and add any comments. And I know we just had a recent discussion about it, fellow commissioners, and we have had plenty of chance to provide input, but make sure we're doing our best to get the word out. With that, I will adjourn this meeting at 10:16 p.m. Thank you all.
All right.